Hello everyone and welcome to the 2022 Hey Poor Player Game of the Year Awards. We have 25 games to get through, so let's start off with the introductions really quickly. We have, joining us today, Francis.
Hey, what's up everybody?
We have Heather.
Hello.
We have Cory.
It's party time!
There's the thumbnail right there. We have Benny.
And that's how the River City Girls saved us from the worst part of this year. Mario Kart Tour DLC and Mario Kart.
Okay.
That's your hot take.
A unique introduction there. We have, from the Rhythm and Pixels podcast, Pennell.
I regret that mine is non-alcoholic and from Target.
Right, it's an alcoholic arms race now. Next up, we have John.
I am quintessentially British and having tea.
Ah,
My
very
man.
good. My man, yes. And we have Andrew.
Cheers, folks.
Fabulous.
Now that is a very classy way of bringing in 2000.
Now, what did Francis... Oh my god, what's that? Oh, it's water.
It's Fiji.
Water.
Oh,
That volcano
I bet
water.
there's
Firewater water from a volcano.
The smart one.
Vaporwave.
He's
Spicy
doing
water.
the Mr. Lady trick.
I'll grab some
Okay.
beers at halftime.
All right, okay. All right, and I am, of course, Jonathan, your host. Moving right along, first up, at number 25, we have Ghostwire Tokyo, and that was inducted by Cory.
Okay, so I know it's got a few hiccups in it, but I honestly believe that Ghostwire Tokyo needs to get some attention because I think it's got a solid platform for a good, just run and gun magic shooter, play around in your giant urban jungle gym kind of game. And I went into that thinking I was going to get that and walked out saying, yep, I got everything I could have wanted and more. So the game itself is essentially everybody's in Shibuya. There's fog rolling in. There's monsters rolling in. These ghosty things are attacking everyone. Your main character is dead and now being revived by the spirit of another dude. And here we are.
Okay.
It goes from 0 to 100 real fast.
I'm trying to remember. Was that game by Shinji Mikami?
I believe that was the same guy that did The Evil Within, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, I
Resident
believe
Evil and
it's the
Evil
same
Within.
person
Resident
that
Evil,
came up
yeah.
with that.
So
It's from his
what's-
company, yeah.
It's in my backlog. What's it most like if you've not played anything like it?
That's the tricky part. It really isn't quite like anything I've played before. The best way I could describe it is Forsworn meets Persona. That is the closest I could get.
Wow.
There's some Dishonored in there, I would say.
Yeah. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's got a little bit of parkourish jungle gymmy things that help you get around the urban sprawl you got to play around in. Very vertical, so it gives you plenty of ways to get jumping around and moving.
Now, of course, coming in number 25, this one was a bit of a wobbler. There were some other games vying for its spot. It just sneaked its way in. And I believe, yes, there was some criticism of it. Would you like to just quickly talk about the criticisms?
The criticisms mainly are just that it's too short and too basic. It wraps up fast. I'd say 20 to 30 hours, about, if you did a little bit.
Bad,
That's
20 to
not
30
bad at all.
hours.
That's quite a long game.
It was more
Are-
like 15 for me.
Are you
but,
completing it or are you beating it?
I was
I did most of the side quests, so I started getting into 20 to 30.
Okay.
But it is short, and admittedly, the combat doesn't do a lot to wow you. It keeps it pretty tried and true.
So what would you think constitutes like a good length?
It depends on the genre, really. And for a game of that's kind of like an action shooter, I would say roughly about the 20 to 30 range. I guess it also depends, too, on how much it grabs your attention. How much of it do you want to complete? I'd argue that a good 20 to 30 hours for that genre, that's not bad for a brand new IP that just rolled out.
I
Did
got to
it feel
say,
like the story wrapped up suddenly, or did it feel like it tied up everything it needed to? It's abrupt.
It was abrupt, and I I'm a little divisive on whether I want to say it's lining up for a sequel or they just didn't know how to end it.
Come on, Ghostwire.
My copy's still in the cellophane,
New
so
York.
no spoilers here.
Mm.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, the atmosphere is fantastic. The way it recreates Tokyo and the city and all of that is really great, actually. And just exploring the city and looking into random shops and buildings and
So many nooks and crannies. There's just so
really
many
cool.
little hidden areas.
Actually, I do have one question about the game, and I'm saying this as a guy who has it on the shame shelf du jour downstairs. I did hear that the combat starts to feel a little samey at some point. Is that over nitpicking from folks in your personal opinion, or do you feel like it does kind of have to get to a point where it's like, I don't care about fighting, I just want to find more stuff?
I feel like it's closer to what to that last part. It is a good addition as combat, but it doesn't try to overstep its boundaries. It is simple, and once you get everything unlocked, it really doesn't change itself up much. But for the length that it is, and for the other stuff that's in it, like just background lore, exploring around, I feel like the combat's really only half of the game. Playing around in your herbal jungle gym is
Benny,
probably what most folks will be running into.
That was my
Benny-
biggest concern when I was watching, all the preview stuff was, are you just throwing up, like, ancient Buddhist gang signs the whole time? Because if so, like,
Step out of my shrine!
Benny looks like he was bursting at the seams for a question
Well,
there.
I just because of that, I know there's so many of us. So I'm trying to at least signal, hey, I just got one quick thing. So it's like, or at least a question. So, like you were mentioning, it does seem like a little bit samey, etc. Does this feel like this is a good starting foundation or platform for either a new game in the series, or if they decide this IP isn't going to work, we can take these ideas and expand upon them in something else?
Yes, that is I could agree 100% with that. It feels like a good platform for which it can grow. And for being a new IP, I give it liberties because it's a new IP. It just rolled out. I wouldn't want them to try too hard and fall too hard on their faces. That is good. It was a good ground of, I see what you're trying to do, and I hope it gets better as we go on.
Well, from starting off a brand new IP to continuing a very, very old IP, we have number 24, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge.
I only regret this
and
isn't
boy,
turtle
is
soup.
it a good one. What's that for now?
I only regret this is not turtle soup.
Do not dine on turtle soup.
Francis,
Yes.
would you like to start us off?
I would very much like to start us off. Growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, and being a bit of an arcade rat, you could not escape the Ninja Turtles arcade games. The original 1989 coin-op, Turtles in Time, those along Final Fight were the peak beat-em-ups you wanted to play in arcades back in the day. And let me tell you, Shredder's Revenge captures the spirit of those coin-ops perfectly. Just jumping right in to the TV studio, April's TV studio in the first stage, I felt like, the first time I played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game back in the day, that same feeling of jumping in with four people, cracking skulls, sending manhole covers, flying back at foot soldiers. It's just so snappy, it's so responsive, it's so fun, and it hit me in the same way Streets of Rage 4 did, where you have this awesome rock-solid foundation that the classics established when Konami had the property back in the day, but it evolves the formula in some really smart and cool ways by adding like defensive mechanics that you'd see in a more modern game, like dodge rolls, things like that, flashy supers, a really in-depth combo system that once you master it, you can just have a fucking field day with. And it's just great. It was so cool going back to all these iconic locations from the cartoon and the comic books and fighting all these just amazing villains that some of them you forgot about over the years, but they're bringing back for this game. It's just so good. I couldn't get enough. And playing it 4-player, it just took me back to playing in the arcades back in the day, shoulder to shoulder, and having a field day. And I can't get enough of it. And as far as beat 'em ups go,
Sorry, come on.
I'll go for it. I'll go on to. How does it compare to Turtles in Time?
Oh, it destroys it, dude. Destroys it.
I agree.
Really?
Like Turtles in Time, you still go to Dimension X and all that, and like bounce all over the place. Like you'd think you're just in Manhattan, but the game throws you for some loops, and it does some really cool stuff.
But it's also just that the gameplay itself has variety to it, because that's the thing. For as much as we herald the classic arcade beat 'em ups, you can, and Francis and I have had this conversation, you can boil the vast majority of them down to jump attack, jump in general, your normal combo, and then your super that drains some of your health. Almost all of them are just that. But then this game says, hey, we'll give you some variety. We'll give you some things you can actually do. You can play around with the system and come up with your own play style. And it feels
the co-op
great.
attacks, the defensive moves, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure.
It's
I do
also
have one question, though, because you're the person, that's why I want to play with you, because you've played with more than one person.
Mhm.
I noticed when playing it, I just exploited the taunt just to get my super bar maxed after every scuffle. And I was like, I can't not do it because it's a good play mechanic.
You know what's funny?
It slows the game down.
I don't think I ever did the
No, it
taunt once.
Really?
I swear to God, yeah.
Oh my God. I had April O'Neil pointing at walls for minutes at a time.
Any comments?
You're
Any
a
comments?
scrub.
Okay, it's like talking to a wall over here. Just any
Right.
comments?
Okay, hold on. I need to jump in real fast because I've also played this game. If I was one of the people who voted for it. We played it in my living room with basically, we had like 5 Xboxes set up, and we actually did the full 6-player co-op.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
I do want to jump in because the Turtles in Time thing, I disagree. I don't think it destroys it. I think it complements it.
Okay, that's fair.
I say that as someone who really has no nostalgia for TMNT. I was not allowed to watch it growing up. So my exposure to Turtles in Time was at a friend's house. It was just this random game I had played with a friend of mine, and I had so much fun. And I can sort of see the DNA that they built off of for Turtles in Time when they were making Shredder's Revenge. Because,
like throwing people towards the camera and stuff like that. Yeah,
I'll say that's one of the things about, from a game design standpoint, I can criticize them slightly about, because when you get to Metalhead's boss fight, a lot of people apparently didn't know that that's how you can bring him back to the front of the screen to damage him much faster than waiting for an explosive barrel. And I was when I was doing it with my friends, I'm like going, oh, no, this is how you do this. You know, like going, how do you know this? You never played TM. I'm like, I play Turtles in Time. But I'll say, I think we can all agree on at least one thing. That last stage,
oh my God,
the Statue of Tyranny. Yeah. Holy hell, that was where we actually game overed as a group. That was our first game over against that boss.
It was brutal.
But it was so much fun.
Uncompromising. But it
was so much fun.
All right.
I think for me, like, this is the only reason I picked this up actually is I heard Francis waxing lyrical about it to me over Slack earlier on this year, but it was also on Game Pass as well, which was unbelievably good value. To get on that, and I think a bit like Benny, I didn't quite have the 5 Xbox combo, but there were 4 of us in the living room just smashing our way through that, and it just felt like a real. It had those Streets of Rage kind of vibes to it. It felt like a real throwback kind of game, massively enjoyable, chronically. I think 24 in this list. I think it's pretty harsh actually.
I was thinking the same thing on it.
Yeah, I actually. Well, now I think about it, having listened to you folks, and I kind of wish I voted for it actually, because I think it should definitely
this game is very.
It's weird to me because Streets of Rage 2 actually got our number, or Streets of Rage 4 got our number 2 slot in 2020.
Exactly.
So it's like,
I just forgot about it because I've been pounded by so many other games this year.
Yeah, to be fair, this year's Dynamite.
That's unfortunately just the nature of the beast. There's been a lot of good games. We say this pretty much every year, and it's been true every year. So it's almost redundant, but every year has a lot of good games. So someone's got to fall. One shall rise, and many shall fall.
One shall fall.
Well, I mean, at least it made it on. It made it on,
Yeah,
all right, fine. Forever the pragmatist.
And I'll just say, real fast to wrap this up, there's one small other thing, is that one of the problems with this game is that not necessarily everyone played it because it is TMNT. If you haven't, please give this game a try, especially if you've got some friends, local co-op or online.
Yeah.
And if you've got an Xbox, you got Game Pass, no excuses. It's free. Go download it and play it. It's worth a try.
Okay.
Can
And
we
on that
just say
note, okay.
One thing worth noting, I just want to get this out there. We got Streets of Rage in 2020. We got Turtles this year or last year. Can we get Golden Axe in 2023, please?
Is there a Golden Axe game coming out?
No. I mean, I hope so.
I was almost thinking of something I don't know here. I was like, holy shit. That
New tribute games, Golden Axe. Let's make it happen, guys.
I want Simpsons Part 2 where you can control Principal Skinner.
And on that note, going from a group of sassy 90s irreverent anthropomorphized teenagers to another one, it is number 23, Sonic Frontiers.
Do you reckon he's written all these down?
No, I just thought of it. I was holding it in my head like the whole time. I just got to keep it in my head so it comes out right.
He's got it all crammed in there. He's going to stroke out right after we're done recording the episode.
He'll blow his load once he's done.
Right, I have no idea how I'm going to segue into the next one. Anyway,
after dark over here.
Anyway, Betty, please tell us about Sonic Frontiers.
So, Sonic Frontiers, and I definitely have the game box here somewhere. Give me a second. No, hold on. No, sadly. If only it was a game. Here we go. But, Frontiers. I am not like a hardcore Sonic fan. I'm very much more of a casual Sonic fan, having grown up with some of the games on the Genesis, and really the adventure games on the game. I didn't have a Dreamcast, sadly, at the time. Underrated system, that. But, this is probably one of the best Sonic games since the Adventure era. And it has problems. I want to front load this by saying this game has issues. The open zone idea is really kind of cool, but so anyone doesn't understand, they didn't quite go full open world. Instead, you'll go to various islands, and those islands are considered what's called open zones. And you'll run across the island. You're going to go ahead and collect memory tokens, purple coins. You also got to go ahead and fight these giant guardian enemies. Not the Titans. That's a separate thing. We'll get to that in a second. But these giant guardian enemies to get gears that will allow you to go ahead and access these cyberspace portals, which are small little kind of stages that are meant to recreate kind of older Sonic stages. Look, the cyberspace section, throw it out. Honestly, it feels like it was tacked on, and it's honestly pretty terrible in that aspect. Like, the stages are okay, but they're not really worth playing through, I don't think. And in fact, I tried to skip most of them because I could. The memory tokens, way too friggin' many. And in fact, there's a way to break the game without having to collect those. The other problem with the open zones is that when you're going ahead and you're running across it, if you hit a spring or something, especially when you get to Island 3, the camera will then suddenly lock you into like a 2D mode, and I'm like, I'm trying to go this way. You hit that spring or dash panel. Now you're flipped this way, and you're going that way all of a sudden, which is away from the direction you wanted to go.
Where's the fun?
It sounds like I'm crapping on the game hard, but here's the thing. I was the one who suggested this game on the list, so it has some good points. The Titan fight, which are the fights you fight with Supersonic, are friggin' amazing. And honestly, the best part about this, and why I honestly put it on this list, was the friggin' writing and story. Which sounds weird, but one, the guy who's been writing the comics, which I forget his last name, but I believe his first name is Ian, they put him in charge, like, it's basically the writing. And the characterization, the voice acting, and just even the general story themselves are actually back to that adventure era level where you actually kind of cared about the characters and thought things were interesting, if not possibly better. It also gave us Sage, who was honestly one of the best characters to have happened to the Sonic franchise in a while, and the relationship she has with Eggman is just friggin' adorable, especially as you go further in the game. And it gave us the best friggin' Dr. Eggman. I don't care, Jim Carrey.
Oh, no. Since you mentioned Jim Carrey, that actually brings me to a point, too. So are you saying that Sonic Frontiers took a step towards bringing Sonic away from what they've been doing with him since like 2012 with Generations, where it became more of a parody of itself just for humor's sake? Like, they pretty much joke about all the stuff.
Here's the interesting thing. When I first heard the Sonic's voice acting, I went, why does he sound off? Because I've played Generations.
Andrew had said the same thing to
in
me.
the last 2 years. Like I played them last year, so they're fairly fresh in my mind. Well, it's the same voice actor, Roger Craig Smith, I believe. But I'm sorry if I'm incorrect on that. But his delivery is what's different, because here's the thing: they let them.
What?
They actually wrote dialogue and characterization so that the voice actors had to do that mythical thing called acting. And I don't mean that as an insult to the voice actors. They are always trying to do the best with what they got. The problem you have is a lot of times with the writing, they don't let them act. And so you actually get an emotional story where you have Sonic, a character who we think in the most recent years has been like one note, cocky, just full of himself, actually goes through emotion, actually cares through people.
I have a question. Right? So you preface this by saying you're not a hardcore Sonic fan. I am a hardcore Sonic fan, and I have been ever since my first console.
Or over here,
right?
depends on the one.
Right? I mean, Jesus Christ, my mobile phone holder is right here with me. So I am fucking hardcore. So
you're here, buddy.
All right.
I'm a bit of a fucking snob.
Have you played it? That's my question.
No, but I'm getting to my question.
Oh, okay. This is going to be good.
I want the background to know where you're coming from. So okay,
here we go. Come on, ding ding.
So I'm a bit, I don't like 3D Sonic, right? I think it should be 2D. Yeah, and the reason why I think it should be 2D because it just works and it works well, and I like it, and I'm old fashioned and I'm stuck in my fucking ways. I tried to play the 3D Sonic, and it just literally melted my mind in ways that it shouldn't be melted.
Hang on,
so,
John.
my question to you
I got one statement for that, just to say it. I am also a big Sonic-y guy. Like, I have lots of Sonic in this place. And though it can go either way depending on how the Hedgehog engine does its job, I ultimately feel that for the concept of what they have Sonic going for, short of having the game pan out in ways where Sonic is a dot on the screen, 3D is pretty much what they'd almost have to do if they want to enforce the whole speed platforming mechanic. If they want to do the precarious platforming with like scripted speed sections, then 2D works, which is why I'm okay with them doing both, which is also why Generations was probably the best one they ever did, because it gave us both
between the two, right?
When I
played that one, that's the bit that I liked. I liked it when it transitioned into 2D, because for me, right, ideologically, Sonic is all about speeding through certain sections, but then having the precarious platforming in other parts of it. Whereas continuously just going fast, with. I'm sorry, Dr. Eggman's not Dr. Eggman, he's Dr. Robotnik, for fuck's sake.
Thank you.
It's been Dr. Robotnik. In the comics, by the way, and I have a fucking stack of them over there. He was
Dr. Ivo Robotnik.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got a question on that one. Are they the UK comics or are they the Archie comics?
The UK comics, of course.
Okay, they are two separate continuities.
I always thought Eggman was just a kind of insulting thing that
it was. Sonic calls him that
It got blended together. As far as I understand, canonically in Japan, he's always been Eggman, but they called him Ivo Robotnik here. Come Sonic Adventure, they basically merged the two kind of together as that's what his name. His name is Ivo Robotnik. I thought of something, but also Sonic calls him Eggman. But here's one thing I'll say with the writing. This writing does touch upon every single game from the adventure games to current with little references here and there, including, for example, they address the Eggman Ivo thing.
Do they really?
I got a question. It's a little minor thing.
Sonic is officially Ash Ketchum and age scoping.
I got a question. I have my question. I didn't actually get to ask, right? So my actual question is
John
this.
is on. John, Francis, if you have one more question, I know you've
one more question.
I was just going to say that I'm kind of right there with John, and that I've never cared for the 3D Sonic games, and I've played a bit of Frontiers, but I can't help but feel that Sonic is at its best 2D with tightly choreographed stages that really play to the nature of his speed, like the way that they're almost like these crazy Rube Goldberg contraptions, and that's the brilliant part of Sonic, watching them all unfold. I can't think of anything that feels more like the antithesis of Sonic than running through wide open plains without that.
Exactly.
And
Well, I'm not
I can't reconcile that. Like, does it still feel like Sonic to you, Benny, when you look at it that way?
And I'd like to add to that as well. Like, my question was, as someone like who likes the original Sonics, what would sell that to me? What would you say to someone like me to go and play this game?
Okay, so to address basically Francis' question really fast, there are times, I'll say, I actually did enjoy running through the open 3D worlds when the physics engine didn't send me flying off in a weird direction, which is a problem the game does have. But running across the, you know, you got to upgrade your speed in this game. I really didn't bother doing that till the end when I need to do it for the achievement stuff. So if you still move fast enough, it still feels it still feels good. And I honestly like exploring the area, which is one reason that made Island 3 a pain in the ass, because there's a certain couple sections that are locked off for story progression, unlike everywhere else. But if you're a hardcore 2D fan and you do not like the 3D games at all, this isn't going to change your mind to that aspect, because of the fact that, look, it is going to be a 3D game. There are going to be a lot of 3D elements, and while the open zones have 2D elements to them when you're forced onto rails to get the memory tokens, the memory token collection was one of the things I hated about this game, because they're everywhere and you require a ton of them. On that note, if you are going for that, go find Big Spit Fishing minigame. It's basically if you took the Yakuza fishing minigame and put it in a Sonic game. One, it's fun as hell, but number two, it allows you to basically not have to grind for memory tokens and other stuff. It is the fastest way for progression, and I wish I knew that before I was running around doing all the other stuff. It's kind of that's the best. That's the way I would play it. If you feel like the game is overly grindy, go play that. But do we have time for Cory's question real quick, and then I'll wrap up real fast?
I kind of like to wrap this up, to be honest. We're meant to be inaugurating this game, and we're picking holes in it.
So the last thing I'll just say is this. Like I said, this is not a perfect game. It has a lot of flaws. But it feels like both the end of an era and the start of a new one. It brings a lot of sense of finality to kind of the last several years of Sonic in terms of its writing and the references, but also it feels like this is a solid platform beginning to build the next generation of Sonic games on. And I think it's worth at least to try. If you're already hardcore 2D Sonic fan, wait for a sale. When it's cheaper, and it will, pick it up. Or if it goes on Game Pass, pick it up. But if you kind of are willing to give it a shot, I think the writing alone is worth the price of admission. And I do put that in our Game of the Year piece. So give it a look if you want. Or look up, if you want, there's a super cut of all the cutscenes up on YouTube, I'm sure, which I know that because I've seen one. Go watch it and see if the writing alone is worth the price of admission.
Oh, one more thing just about Sonic. It's not even a question.
Okay.
Just a thing to point to John. Watch the new Sonic Prime cartoon if you like Sonic. I think it's very good.
Yeah? What's that on?
It's on Netflix.
Oh, shit, man. I'm going to be all over that for the next few days. But...
Okay, well, before we dig any deeper into Sonic, let's move on to number 22. You gave me lots of time to think about it. It is Shovel Knight Dig. This was inducted by Josh. Has anybody else played it?
I have briefly, actually.
Andrew.
I got my buddy Shovel Knight here with me, so... He's, and for the record, I played it on Apple Arcade on an old iPhone that I don't use, and playing this on a touchscreen is definitely not the way to play Shovel Knight Dig, just for the record. That said, they kind of got their Mr. Driller in my Shovel Knight a little bit. Like, say... I'm
into that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you're dropped into underground areas, and you have to dig down through, like, the ground, working your way down. Well, of course, enemies are coming at you. It still plays and controls like traditional Shovel Knight. The same, I would assume on a controller the same tight controls we're all used to from the earlier Shovel Knight games. Just, it's like put it on a touchscreen. But it's a really interesting and different take on it while still feeling like fundamentally at its core like Shovel Knight, which I really actually like how they were able to keep core of Shovel Knight while innovating and doing something so different. I enjoyed my time with it. It's definitely why I'm going to pick up the game on an actual console when it gets to the right price. But what I played of it, I really enjoyed.
And it does have some aggressive roguelike elements too, in the sense that you are tasked with constantly digging downward, and there's like secret rooms off to the left and right, similar to how Downwell has them. But you're also being chased by a giant drill machine. So if you take your time looking for secrets without just like blasting through and finding them as you go, you will be killed by the aggressive drill device. So
Whoops.
It's pretty interesting in that regard. But yeah, it has that. It has all the right notes of finding treasure in the dirt while you're digging, like it was in Shovel Knight, the platformers. There's segments each way down, if I remember correctly, where you have to choose a path, and you can find different paths if you discover keys in your digging progression or whatnot. And I am in agreement in it being a lot of fun. And it plays differently from Shovel Knight, but it's similar enough to Shovel Knight that it feels like a natural change for him.
Okay.
I'll just say, kind of in one small aspect, real fast. I haven't been able to play it myself. I played the original, the Treasure Trove, and completed that because I'm an idiot. But
wow.
It is a hard completion. But the person who reviewed it, Josh, he is a big fan of indie games, and if you have any interest in indie games or some of these kind of hidden gems that other people don't necessarily want to dig for, I would say take a look at basically his review, or take a look at I don't know if he wrote the review. I would assume he did, or if not, I'm sure we have a review on the site. Take a look at our review, give it a shot. And you know what? Try it for yourselves, because if you like kind of like the Shovel Knight, like I said, these indie type games, or even something with like some roguelike elements, it sounds like it could be interesting. For myself, I'm kind of holding off a little bit because I want to I've got enough on my plate, but it's something I want to maybe look into getting into maybe later this year.
And speaking of innovative potential indie darlings, we have number 21. I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. That's a great title. And this was inducted by Heather.
Yay! I get to talk now. No, just kidding. No, it's fine. A lot of these games I haven't played because I've been busy doing, honestly, like this one. This game you have to play multiple times, and each playthrough is like 8 hours. And so, if you started at midnight, you're going to see the sunrise. And I have done that multiple times with this game. So, basically, there's nothing basic about this. This game merges way too many things. At its core, I would say it's a visual novel, but it has some dating simulator elements to it that really aren't like other dating simulators. It's definitely a survival game. It's definitely an exploration game, and it's a deck builder. So basically, to start off with, you start off as being born on a colony ship called the Stratospheric. You're headed from Earth to this new planet called Vertumna, and you guys are going to start a new colony out there. You land when you're about 10 years old. During this time on the ship, you dictate things like, okay, are you boy or girl? Are you, what's your, I think they call it an augment, which is like little like things that you can do better. Like you have like better sight, or, you're able to calm yourself down easier. You pick a best friend. All of these things are going to give you cards that are unique to whatever you choose. These cards build your deck, which come into play later with the card game that you play, which really makes an interesting, life mechanic, because all of the choices you make in your life will give you specific cards that will help you beat the game later on. So if you're not out there doing new things, having new experiences, you're not going to get new cards. You won't beat the game. So it really encourages you to live your life.
I want to ask, because I'm very intrigued by something you said about this game. So I play a number of these like card games that are meant to kind of play through a series of life events, like Cultist Simulator. There's this like cool island game where you're like trying to survive on an island by playing cards, and of course Stacklands. So when you take these cards that you say you earn from life experiences, is the card game that you're referring to like scenarios where it's like, okay, I can play this card to invoke a specific life event in my sense of progression options, or?
Right. So the card game also evolves over time as you age. So at the beginning, it's a very simple card game. The simple premise of the card game never changes. You've got basically all the cards are numbered from like 0 to 5 at the beginning. They can be more depending on multiplier combos. I think the most I've seen is like getting a card at like 20. But there's a number at the end that you're trying to reach. So if that number is 5, you have to you're dealt a hand and you have to add up all of your cards to make the number 5. Now, if you put there's certain colors. If you put the colors together, you get a color multiplier. If there's numbers in a row, like 2, 2, 2, you get a number multiplier. So you put 5 numbers in a line, trying to make like the goal number, like number 6 or number 7 or whatever. So it's a strategy thing. You're not playing against another person, but you are trying to reach a number essentially. And some of the cards you get are like really like, oh, this is a really good experience I had. I won a contest, and so you get like a really high value card. But there might be something else that you do where it's like, oh, I snuck out and I got caught, and that's like a negative value card. Like so, it's like the impacts that it has on you as a person will impact that number that you get on that card, basically. It is so clever, and as you age, like so every month you do an activity. You either go to school and you're going to learn engineering, or you're going to sneak out with your friend, or you're going to take on manual labor because again you're on a colony. And you'll earn stats, and as you earn stats, you get better, and it pushes you towards a different life path. Sometimes you might be out there with guns blazing and you're fighting these aliens. Maybe you're going to take a pacifist route.Maybe you're going to take an exploration route. Maybe you're going to be a doctor. There are so many freaking endings, and it can all go wrong, by the way. Your entire colony could your entire colony could die.
How many times you played through it?
You can die.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
How many times you played through it?
Oh, I played through it 3 times. But the thing is I got the first ending. I was like, oh, I know I can do better. And it encouraged you to play at least twice. In the very beginning, you can see like, oh, I'm clearly tapping into like an alternate universe self. And there are answers that, as I do in the first playthrough, there are answers that my second playthrough and third playthrough self can tap into.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, there goes my wallet again.
I was going to say, Pernell's buying this right after the show.
As long as it's handled better than a couple of other games I've played, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's so good.
While Heather was talking,
this gives me some 999 vibes. Some zero
God, that's where I went. Oh God, please.
Oh, okay.
One of my favorite things about it is that it's still set in kind of this teenage phase because you play from age 10 to age 20. The game ends when you hit 20, and then at that point they're like, okay, here's your life. You've set up, you set up all these pins, and this is what it's going to be. And then you feel like your life can truly begin. You're going to go conquer the stars, or you're going to, be a botanist or be an animal raiser, whatever. But all of the relationships you build are still very much set in kind of this teenage phase. So there'll be relationships that aren't perfect. You think you're going to romance a character, and that's not what he wants. Or you're going to try to bring another person in, and they're just going to leave, because that's what they want to do. It's so mature in kind of this time where we're really immature, and it's like I don't know if I've played another game like that. So oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
I picked it up based on Heather's recommendation, and she kept talking it up every time I put a list of our best games of the year so far out. And so eventually I picked it up on a Steam sale earlier this month. I've only played through it once, but same thing as her. I started playing it like 10 at night, and I played through the entire game in one night. Like, I didn't sleep much that night. I was very tired the next day. It's very addictive, but I was really surprised by just how many ways things can go well, but also how many ways things can go wrong that I didn't see coming. Like, I don't want to spoil anything, but there are characters who I'm pretty sure could have survived my playthrough that very much did not. I made it to the end. I did survive the playthrough myself, but there were a lot of people who were important to my character who didn't make it. There were some things that went very badly. And I was just, and by the end, really want to dive back in because I know I can do better, same as what she was saying.
Yeah.
It's just really impressive, like how many ways you can go, how many paths there are. It always feels like there's something you should be doing that you aren't doing because there's so much to do. It always feels like you don't have enough hours in the day, and there aren't enough months in the year, and that. But that's kind of the point. Like, this is a colony that's really struggling to get off the ground, and some things go wrong right from the start. And so, there's that aspect of, like, you're a kid, and the adults in your life, they're trying to paint a rosy picture. They're trying to make the kids feel safe and secure, but it's not working because they're clearly hiding things, and the kids aren't stupid. They can tell. So there's that aspect of adults always think kids don't see things, even though they very much do. And it's really fascinating to watch. Like, these characters, they get it even when they don't get it. Yep. They might not know what's wrong, but they know something's wrong, and so they're always like, feels like you're always one step from disaster. And yet, when you avoid that disaster, it actually feels pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I have a quick, just real fast one. First of all, just shout outs to Purnell for mentioning Princess Maker, because, dear Lord, if you understand what that game is, you are an awesome person. But you said two things that caught my ear: visual novel, dating sim. So I'm really kind of, especially the dating sim aspect, you kind of both touched upon it, but I really kind of want to know, does it, even when the relationships don't last and they go wrong, does it feel meaningful? Like, does it feel like, in that aspect, that, like, ooh, I want to see where this goes, even if maybe it doesn't go the way I want to, because I enjoy the experience of seeing my character bond with these people?
Yes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
There's
the
one
character.
Go ahead. I talked a lot, so you go ahead.
I was going to say, the character I romanced through the end, I actually was still with at the end of the game, and even then, though, after the game, it gives you like a flash forward to the rest of your life after you turn 20. And that relationship doesn't go well. From what I can tell, there's no way for that character's relationship to actually go well long term. You can set up some things so that maybe their long term future isn't as terrible as it might otherwise be because of your relationship. You're not supposed to end up with them. And there are other characters I could have pursued that it was like, maybe it would have been a happier ending. Some of them I think it probably very much would be, at least for you. I thought, even though like the dating sim elements aren't hugely pushed, they're definitely a major aspect of the game, but they're not like, the major aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It
just
definitely
one
has
facet of life.
Impact on the plot and on where your character is coming from.
Okay, so one more thing.
I'm just going to say real quick, my character, we ended up having a very happy life together, but there was another character I had originally pursued, and the way they left, like, things, like, it was absolutely what was on point, like, on brand for them. And it was what was good for them. And because you love that character, you're like, I'm happy for you and how you ended up.
Okay, so one more question from me before we move on. Summarize in a sentence or two who your favourite love interest was. Who stole your heart?
Oh no, you're going to make me say my... I had two favorites, really. I had the Rex, the dog boy, because he was just like, every time you see him, he's like, I love you, I want to give you a hug. But then my other favorite was Diz, because he was like, this place sucks, I want to kick rocks, like, it's stupid. And I'm like, no, come back, we're going to include you. Like,
wish I was a dog boy.
Well, he sounds like a teenager, all right, yeah.
Yes, they were
it sucked, I hate everything.
Yeah, he was a teenager.
But anyway, moving on to something we definitely don't hate. In fact, I've got no idea what the hell it is. It's number 20, As Libra Revision. And let me just read the first paragraph of Purnell's summary here. I feel like 2022 has come to a conclusion. There are still a number of Steam gamers that read Ast Libra Revision and go, what the hell is that game? Why would it make someone's Game of the Year list? So, really? Purnell, please answer the question.
So, just to get a very light starting to this, I was out with Francis back in like October or so, early November, and he's like, this game came through and I don't usually bug you unless it's a game I think you'd really like. You should review this game. And I go, what are you talking about? He's like, it's called Ass Libra. I was like, okay, well, I'll go look it up and see what I think. And I grabbed the demo, and I played one of those demos where they give you all your stats buffed up and everything. These kind of go overpowered. I was like, I'm really enjoying this game very much. This is very fun for me. But then Francis addressed me again. He goes, you sure you want to try it? I think you'll like it. And I was like, you know what? It's free. And if I don't like it, I'll just rag on it. So whatever. I'll take it. And it hit all the notes. It hit the notes, man. Once you start from the beginning and you build yourself up as you play. So it plays like if you were back in the day a fan of Ys 3 Wonders from Ys or Xanadu, those 2D side-scroller action platformer games with RPG elements. It feels like the person, because apparently this was done by like one or two people, decided, what if I took this game but expanded upon it and gave it some qualities that can even be considered a little addictive, like you get new gear from shops that you acquire by getting item drops from monsters, which make up for the resources that you use to make the items. And then you drop a little bit of money, which is an easy resource to get in this game. And now you have new gear. But like in Final Fantasy IX, the gear is just a means to level it up to get new abilities or new crystals with which to equip these abilities. So you want every item in the game. You want every piece of equipment that you can acquire specifically to level it up to get new abilities and skills. Then, in addition to that, as you beat up enemies and you kill them, they also drop these little colorful crystals. They come in 6 different varieties, and you can spin them on this massive board that is called the Grow Board, and you can use that to increase your stats. Some ways it feels almost negligible, but it's just the overall steamrolling of the numbers is what ends up making it work out. And eventually you can also get summon skills or transformation skills. You're flying, you're running around with this like bird companion who talks for some reason. You'll learn later why. By having this partnership with this bird, he can do multiple things. He can summon characters to come and help you. He can transform into different things. He can transform you into different things. So you'll be fighting a monster, smacking it with a sword, then do a shield tackle into it, build up your ST gauge, and then use it to turn into a shark that jumps into the air and bites things and comes down and leaves like an ice wave across the ground. And you're just like constantly stringing these combos along, getting this addictive flow state of action. And it feels really good. And then the music, man, like I said earlier, I'm doing a show after this for music in games of 2022. I picked 2 tracks from this game that are going on there. So I'm going to talk the crap out of this game up over the course of the day. It's a lot of fun. You might say it's got some, anime tropes that may seem forced in at certain points in the story, like the typical, oh man, we got to become a girl to get into this building, go find a bunch of stuff to get a wig, whoop-de-doo. But overall, it's a small piece of a massive, great narrative that's fun to experience and play through. And I feel like this is one of those games that nobody knows or talks about. Like, it's just under radar on this thing in such a way.
That's 2 games in a row now that I now need to buy. Okay.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's really good.
We're
like,
only up to
I'm
number
shelving
20.
games for this one.
This sounds like almost like from a completionist standpoint with all the gear and whatnot, both awesome and a nightmare, but it's one of those I'm like, you know what? Just because it sounds so cool, I kind of want to give it a try.
Like, I'll give you a quick chuckle. There was a point in the game where, so each chapter is broken out where different enemies will pop up and they have the drops which yield the equipment you can get during that chapter. You can always go back to old locations to get the items if you move on. But I don't like to move on. I want all this stuff now. So there was a point where I specifically caught myself saying, I can't go fight the boss. This jerk won't drop imitation crab meat and I'm freaking hungry. Where's my meat? So I was just like going back and forth fighting crabs over and over again. And at no point did it ever feel tedious. I just liked doing it because I wanted that piece of equipment. And if someone's hearing that and going, well, that game sounds tedious. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to get it. I just wanted to get it. So it was worth it to me to do it.
That's mark of kind of a good game when you can sit there just because you're enjoying playing it, even if you're doing something that's mindless in that aspect. Mm-hmm. So that sounds actually quite interesting. It might be one of those games that's only low on the list because sadly A lot of us haven't played it, but this might be one we all need to take a look at.
Give it a look.
Definitely.
The demo on Steam, I checked it out. It might be the same one that Purnell didn't love, but I actually enjoyed it. It's definitely on my radar after playing the demo.
Now, we
So he's
talked
probably
about it a
gonna
little
hate
bit. You
the
played, there was 2 demo blocks apparently, and you played the other one where you actually do start from the beginning of the game for like a certain hour or two.
It makes you like first play through this little bit where you are super overpowered and you've got all the weapons and all, but after you complete that part, it drops you back into a part where you still have, I think, some weapons and stuff. Like, it still gives you a few things, but you're not crazy overpowered, and it feels more like just playing the game. And I enjoyed that part more, actually. But yeah, it's definitely, reminds me of those same games you said. There's a little bit of Metroidvania in it, like Symphony of the Night for people who more of a popular common game.
Okay.
It's really good. It plays really well.
All right, well, so give it a look, everyone. Speaking of characters who are overpowered and have lots of weapons, number 19, it's Shadow Warrior 3. Now, I have to ask you, who wants some Wang? I do. Francis, we all do. I mean,
I am dying for Wang. Please give it me right now.
us 90s kids,
Wang Chung.
like, we want the Wang. It's
Wang it up. Wang for New Year's Eve.
This is I'm getting the
Time for
IT
sexy
pop
husbandos?
the Phillies.
What?
Wang Chung tonight.
Everybody Wang Chung tonight. It's everybody will have fun tonight when they are playing Shadow Warrior 3. Because it is a game that is just absolutely insane. It's absolutely chaotic. I like a lot of FPS games, they're just your kind of grey, gritty military shooters where, like, you get shot and then it goes blurry for a bit, then you regenerate your health and you pop up again. Shadow Warrior 3 is not like that. The tutorial, most tutorials are like press WASD to move, use mouth to look. The tutorial for Shadow Warrior 3 has you jumping onto the back of a flying Chinese dragon, swinging across chasms with a grappling hook, cutting up people with samurai swords, and then tearing demons' hearts out. That's the tutorial. Now,
That sounds way too. That does
Okay.
not sound
It's a
interesting
good
at all.
game.
Okay, I got a
I agree with
question.
you on it.
I got a question. Okay, so writing off of Shadow Warriors 2, which I loved Shadow Warriors 2 when I played it, what is the main draw that players of the previous games will want to go to 3 for?
now I have to. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same. Are you talking about Shadow Warriors 2 or Shadow
Yes.
Warriors? Oh, Shadow Warrior.
Singular.
Warrior, singular.
Shadow Warriors 2 with the
Warrior,
Wang.
Warrior, singular.
With
It's just
the
one
Wang.
warrior.
The alcohol is making it a little tricky, but running off of
We're
Shadow
talking about
Warriors
the game with one Wang, not the game with two Wang.
Okay, so we go from Wang squared to
One Wang.
Wang cube.
A singular
cube.
Wang.
What
Let's
is
go
the
this
name
way.
of
Okay.
Wang's people?
I'll answer your. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same game, but assuming
Wang.
we are, I'll answer your question. Okay, so now the original Shadow Warrior, of course, he was 1990s, very politically incorrect. The main character is Asian, but I'm not sure the voice actor was. Moving, but we still loved it though because it was a different time. Now it's difficult to translate that kind of a character to a modern era, but they managed to do it quite impressively. And the way they do it is, instead of Lo Wang kind of being his collection of jokes and one-liners, he still loves his one-liners, but he's just this kind of flawed but lovable protagonist. He starts off the game kind of in his underwear, and he's gone a bit insane, kind of like that movie with Tom Hanks where he's talking to the beach ball. Like he's
Castaway,
Wilson.
okay.
yeah, he's kind of like talking.
Wilson!
He's talking like to his dead best friend, and his underwear, kind of acting out like how he's came to start this game, and he's trapped in this alternate direction. There's this world-destroying dragon that's on the loose, and it is largely his fault because of the kind of the mistakes he makes through the previous games, and that's what I kind of love about it, because not only in the gameplay style it's extremely chaotic, it's insane, it's funny, it's over the top, but the story and the character is as well. And you're going to see this, every aspect of it feels just like an evolution of all the games that have come before. And it's just so much fun to play. And I'm going to repeat something I said on a previous podcast. There's a giant ogre monster, right? Once you've battered it down a bit, you can tear the ogre's arm off and then beat him to death with it. Yes.
He's the guy who, I think I saw him in the promo art. He kind of looks like one of Doom's Mancubuses.
Yes,
Mancubus
indeed. And the thing is that, like, too many first-person shooters, like, you're always slowing down. But in Shadow Warrior 3, you are constantly moving. If you are not moving, you're doing something wrong. Because you're constantly...
very frenetic.
Yes, you're constantly dodging, you're running up walls, it's crazy. Go on.
A lot of SPSs these days take themselves a little bit too fucking seriously as well.
Yeah, this one is not that.
How has the gunplay evolved from the second game? Have they added any new stuff in terms of, like, the guns? Any new tricks of the trade?
Well, I mean, you've got your nunchucks, you've got your Uzis, you've got your shotguns, you've got all that. But it's the things you can sort of tear off, like, your enemies, that's really insane and creative. Like, this one kind of accordion guy. You can kind of, I think it's tear his head off, or whatever body part it is, and then you can kind of crank it, and it'll sort of shoot out boomerangs everywhere.
Cool.
It's just there are so many kind of weird guns that you've just never seen before. You just never know what to expect. You were saying?
What's your favorite gun of the bunch?
Oh, God.
First-person shooters are only good as the guns, John.
It's like...
He's not wrong.
Real Sophie's choice here.
Tell us about the guns.
It's not so...
Tell us more. No.
I feel like I don't like so... I mean, I like the guns, but it's the more ambiguous weapons that you kind of sort of tear... I love, Wang's samurai sword... Because it's so detailed how you're just cutting them into ribbons and they're just kind of sliding off and falling to pieces.
Like, did you get a similar experience during your time with it where a lot of the arenas felt, depending on the difficulty you put in, it almost felt like a puzzle room because enemies are just constantly swarming out and you're running. But like you mentioned about the ogre guy, you're like, okay, there's an ogre and these three guys are chasing me. If I can run up the wall, swing across, jump down with a stab, take the jerk's arm off and beat the guys that are chasing me, that'll give me a little bit of reprieve, because you also get health back, I remember correctly, from certain kills.
You're right. You're always trying to think, like, not just, how do I kill these enemies? How do I use these enemies to kill other enemies and kind of keep myself alive? Because, instead of, like, regenerating health, which you can do a little bit towards the end, you need to kill to survive. You need to kill to steal their health to survive. Yes. You have to constantly
it's kind of like an evolution of, like, Doom's glory kills.
Yes, exactly. But it's kind of got but the finisher mechanic is kind of like adds even on something on top of Doom's finisher mechanic. Because, like, say there's this one kind of baddie who you kind of reach in, you tear its heart out, and then the heart becomes a grenade. And then you could use that to kind of clear an entire room of other baddies. So you're always thinking just how you can use baddies as weapons, which is amazing.
It's a lot of fun. And I can definitely say this is another example of a game where it was suggested to me, and like how John was like, FPSs are kind of, they take themselves seriously. You kind of find yourself feeling burned out on the genre these days because of that scope of it. This game made me say FPS games can still be pretty fun. You just got to find the right ones. And a lot is being described by you. Zeroes in on why this is fun.
I think you've really hit a note there for me. Like, certainly, like, because I do think that FPSs have kind of lost their way a little bit, like, by focusing a lot on, I guess, like, hyper-realism and edgy plot. And I'm just a bit sick of it. And I don't know. Maybe I do want a Shadow Warriors 3. Maybe I do want a word salad of a plot that makes literally...
I think he probably wants cultic.
Maybe I do want to pull a heart, an exploding heart out of the demon and throw it into a crowd of unsuspecting baddies.
I think the important thing is that you have variety. That, you get a little of both, so you never get too bored of either.
Yeah.
Which
Which brings us nicely into our next entry.
Which it does, yes, I was going to say that. Speaking of more kind of gritty, tense, sort of more subdued shooters, we have number 19. Number 18. It's Marauders. And this was another bit of a wobbler because it's technically still in early access, but I think me and John and perhaps to some extent Francis have enough affection for it. I think it'll sneak its way on. It's fine. John, would you like to talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, I'd love to, and it was deeply controversial. It did cause a stir in the Hey Poor Player Towers, but alas, through some cajoling, we've got it onto the list. So yeah, it's a bit like Escape from Tarkov is Marauders, but it's in space and it's alternative history, and there's Nazis and there's diesel punk, and it's a really tense and serious kind of game. So the principle is this, right? You're some absolute scrote of a person who's been decided you've got to go and loot a load of shit from a multitude of locations on the space station and then bring it back. But the twist is there are absolute bastards on each of these places that are going to take that stuff from you. Right, they're going to be there, and they can either be AI people, right, AI bots or something like that, or actual other squads of people as well that want that backpack that you've got there, or that shiny MG 42, or that MP10. Yes, literally World War II guns, by the way. And that's it, really, in a nutshell. Really, at the heart of it is. It's about you load up, right? You open the car, you depressurize the cargo hatch, you get in there, and it's right. You can hear someone scuttling towards you, and it's you've got to coordinate between you. If you're in a group of 1 to 4 people, and when myself, John, and Frank were playing, it was the 3 of us, right? And literally, it was a nightmare because none of us we're all wearing the same fucking clothes. Right, we didn't know who was who.
You're like brothers.
Right? But didn't I dome you, John? I'm sure I did.
I think you killed me at least once.
I'm pretty sure I shot John in the face.
I feel like you both killed me at least once. And maybe I feel like I killed Francis too. But this game does not hold your hand. Most games, either friendly brutal. Fire will be turned off.
GTFO in a way.
Yeah, it's
maybe turn a little bit more.
Yeah, most games will either turn friendly fire off or down, or you'll have a big highlighter so you can see who's your teammate.
None of that.
Not this. You have to be talking to each other constantly so you don't shoot each other by accident.
And this is literally
this
is an artist's impression of what we were doing the entire time.
Now, that's the thing. When you said you got to keep talking, you say you got to keep talking to each other in the sense of various things regarding the gameplay, or you just talking about the thing you had for dinner last night, and if you stop talking, you're in trouble.
Well, there was a little bit of that, but then the dinner bit got abandoned when we realised that talking about dinner was not really going to get us very far. We actually had to communicate quite intensely with each other. It was it's John, I need you to go left, here, secure that area.
Yes,
Frank, check the right over there. And it was we were kind of walking in formation at one point, to go from one corridor into another corridor to then absolutely panic when we hear footsteps in our headsets, and we're shit. Is that an AI or is that an actual real person, right? So we'd be shit, what do we do? And John would be right, John, you need to. That John, he'd be you need to go hold that corridor there. Frank, you need to check our rear over there. I'll just go do this, do that, and so on and so forth. And
I like that sense of co-op panic you're describing.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah. But that's that bit. But it's the extraction bit that really gets me. It's when you actually find some really good shit, right? And I mean, I'm talking war bonds, which you could sell for a load of money to help you buy more gear, to help you actually succeed more often on different infiltrations, right? Or you've got a new sweet gun, and there's loads of them, by the way. There's so many of them, and it's you've killed some AI players, or you've killed a human player, you've pilfered all this stuff, and it's right, your sack's half full, you've got some really good stuff in here. Do you go back to the ship, and like take it all out, right? And you have to actually fly it out, by the way. It's like a little mini game. Like you have to fly the ship from wherever you've docked through this Stargate to get out of there.
And
like,
you can get shot while you're going.
Yeah,
and you can get boarded.
Yeah.
And you can get boarded.
So all your treasure will just get floated out into space when you fail if you get shot out of the sky.
And on top of like that, like adding to the perpetual panic that comes with trying to extract, let's say you roll in as a squad, 2 of your buddies get gunned down, you got some pretty good shit, you still want to get out of there with your stuff. You rush 5 minutes, through gunfire and tight corridors, you finally make it to the airlock, and then you remember, shit, John was driving. He has the keys to the car. So now you have to make your way back to his dead body, get the keys, and then run back. And it is an awful, awful feeling. And I want to do it again like right now.
You all sound like you like this game.
Oh, we loved
where
it.
was the divide?
But our heart was like in our throats the entire time. Like, if you're on heart medication or something, if you're pregnant or something.
You can actually, when you shoot other players, they've got their fucking keys as well, like for their ship. So you can there's different ships you can buy. You can get like a basic ship, right, which everyone gets it free. It's perpetual. But then there's like better ships with more guns, like more armor. They're faster, and like people store. I mean, I don't know why they would, but they store shit on their ship. Right, so you can nick someone's like key card, like extract. You have to find out what cargo bay they've like gone in, and you just like drive their ship out and like take all their stuff. That's brilliant.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. Like, so why did you not like? You said it caused a rift. What? It's not like you all like the game.
It's an early access title. It's not released. Not a full release.
Just the idea of including it on our list because it's not finished.
Yeah. It's kind of like I would have voted for it if it was fully released. That's the thing. But as it stands, I'm not sure.
Well, therein lies the rub, though, right? If you loved what you played of a game that's not even done. If anything, that speaks even higher of it. Because if they just stop right now, you still got a good game. They're just making it better.
A lot can change.
It could be a lesser game when it does ultimately release.
That's true, yeah.
And the other problem you can run into from a logistical aspect is, okay, it's on our list this year. If it comes out next year, does it qualify for the list again next year now? And so there is an argument to be made that way. But I will say, I do agree. If the game is good enough that if it's complete enough that you can basically go ahead and get a full experience from it, that you'd be willing to even maybe pay for, and I think it deserves a spot on the list in that aspect because you should reward developers for willing to put out a product that's still incomplete, but they feel is good enough to at least stand on its own right.
I think if it's changed enough next year, and if it fully releases, maybe we might add it again. Maybe this will set a precedent. I will
say this in regards to Heather's point, though. If it somehow changes so much that it goes from being this game that you put in early access game of the year to absolute stinker of 2023, then I think it belongs on a special extra list of how it falls so far.
Early access
players naughty list.
Yeah. Well, anyway, again, it's a history-making game. I can't remember the last early access game we had on our GOTY, so it must be pretty good.
Sounds amazing.
Even with the debate,
it's so much fun. I'd love to play with you again. By the way, John.
Yeah, also another thing I'd like to point out, like I didn't even have this game to review, but I ended up playing it for like 80 hours. Like my progress got wiped. I got up to like level 25 or something, but then I just kind of played it all over again right from the start. It's crazy.
I keep seeing you sneak on. Like I keep thinking about messaging you to go back in because, like, holy shit, I love that game so much.
I'm sold on that car keys mechanic alone.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's bonkers.
It's
bonkers.
Dude, where's my ship?
Getting all the way to the
first time we realized that was a thing when we were playing, it was a moment. The panic.
Yeah.
Frank's like running back, like showing, where's the car keys?
I gotta say one thing though.
It's a stick. I can't drive a stick.
From a game mechanic perspective, I mean, that is incredible, and especially in the game that it's in, that's incredible. But You would think that if we have mastered space flight, we wouldn't rely on fucking keys.
We're still using the World War II era guns, too.
It's sort of diesel punk. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
The technology's all over the place.
Hold on. It's better than the alternative. It's better than the alternative because if it's biometrically sealed Glock, then you got to cut off your buddy's arm to
Okay,
basically unlock
that's
it.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
No.
Yeah.
But I also still picture that argument in space, like, okay, can I get a copy of your key made in case I got to flash it? We're friends and all, but I don't really trust you with the keys to my ship, so I'm just going to hang on to these. No duplicates.
Right.
Okay.
Marauders, play it.
Definitely.
So, from space into a different horizon, we have number 17. It's Horizon. Not my best.
That was a good segue.
No, thank you for the pity. I appreciate it. Number 17. We have Horizon Forbidden West, and this was inducted by Cory.
What is it with Guerrilla Games and trying to pick fights with juggernauts? Because this is the second friggin' time they've done it now. They released the same week as Elden Ring, when their first game released the same week as Breath of the Wild, and these guys just... It's like they want to pick fights. You want to fight about it.
Gorillas are pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Wrong gorilla. Che Guevara was really aggressive.
Yeah.
And so are robot dinosaurs, which is the reason why people come to this game, is to go toe-to-toe with the most horrifying mimicry of nature that you can possibly fight, because I don't know about you, but a rhinoceros with a mortar is nightmare fuel.
The hell?
Make a great pet.
It's a fun story to tell your friends.
And
Which,
then you
speaking
rip
of
the card
story,
out and you throw it at
I'm not drunk enough for this, apparently. A rhinoceros with a mortar.
there is some crazy stuff to see in Horizon, and the story picks up right after the first game, and it's hilarious in the fact that Aloy has skipped all of her celebrations from the first game because the West is calling. There's some important stuff out there in the West, so off to San Francisco. Screw the celebrations. I got shit to do. And it doesn't matter because we're going there anyway. And by God, we do it. One hell of a journey it is.
Going to California. Headed to California.
Probably one of the biggest things that I took away from Horizon was the gorgeous detail. My PS5 kicked on the HDR and seared my retinas with color. It was a gorgeous playthrough. I will admit that is one of the biggest reasons why I go there, is just they have created such an interesting, lavish world of ruins that you just want to keep poking and prodding at. Where all can I go? What all can I see? I mean, fucking Las Vegas is now this underground bunker that when you come to is flooded. I mean, this is just stuff that's more.
Still work?
I actually don't remember if I even saw any slot machines while I was there. I think I saw some ruins of them.
They're like
when I went to Vegas, I didn't play the slots either. I get it.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to see out there. It's a big place. Yeah. But Horizon Forbidden West sits in a special spot where I always want more of it. A post-apocalyptic America is such a fun playground to imagine. And when you add in the prospect of robot dinosaurs that you can tear the chunks off of for loot, weapons, and more, it really becomes this interesting amalgamation of sci-fi and almost like a Fallout-esque kind of experience. It's hard to really put into words the quest line structures and the characters and how this world evolved after the world ended. It's a really interesting story game, and while a couple of the plot beats that they introduced in Forbidden West were a little shaky for me, I still walked away wanting more. I want more.
I haven't played it.
Burning the new DLC's coming in a few months.
Yep, when I saw that announcement at the VGAs, I was very happy because we were going to Hollywood.
I guess that kind of answers my question, because I was going to say, do you feel as though it's set it up that they can make another game out of it?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Very much so. This is a very vibrant and unique telling of post-apocalyptic America.
Can't wait till Horizon Forbidden East to go to Delaware.
Oh, they've already peaked.
Go find the citizens of
I
Delaware.
think we're already at like the post-apocalyptic
Don't come here at
part
all.
in Delaware.
They've
I
already.
mean, we're that close to Jersey. It's downwind.
That
you
way,
know,
come
but-
across the abandoned chicken farm.
Yeah, I
And,
think
like,
what
these
we're
Mexican
missing
chickens
is the
start running out,
dinosaurs you
shooting
can
eggs out
rip
their
apart,
butts.
the robot dinosaurs. But that's about it.
It ends on a cliffhanger.
I'm sure.
More
Give it
of
a
a
few years, and Boston Dynamics will sort that out for you.
Awesome.
prequel
Back-flipping
That's a
robot
prequel.
dinosaurs.
I also played Horizon Forbidden
Oh god, I missed
West
the joke
as
with
well.
Scrabble.
And you know what? You said you wanted more. I wanted less because it was catfight. No, it was just a little bit too long. It was just like I found the game bloated beyond
Like a Far Cry game, kind of bloated.
Yeah, like, and I thought they tried to do something different with like the tall necks to you don't have to ascend them in like the same way you did in the other one, like you don't have to Ubisoft tower them, but you still have to climb a tall neck to reveal the map, which I kind of like. I don't know. That's just dry, but that's like a minor thing. But the issue I really had was there's just so much to do. It's like there's an enormous map, and a lot of it felt very cookie cutter. It's like go and like destroy this hide out for the main enemy of the game, and it's like repeated all across the map, like in locations like that. There's collectibles, and it's just like I think
It feels more like
sometimes,
checklist of the game.
Yeah,
You stop enjoying the game, but it's just like, okay, well, I gotta go do this. I gotta go do this. It's like, well, am I having fun with it? No, I'm just checking off the list.
And that was the biggest issue for me. But then, like, the other issue was like I thought the plot, because the first one was really good, by the way. I really enjoyed the plot of the first one. I kind of felt like it stuck around for a little bit too long. Like it felt, especially like a little bit like towards the end. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but it felt like we could have missed out maybe 2 or 3 chapters at the end and got straight to the final battle, like kind of before that. Like, particularly I'm talking about the Far Zenith like kind of component. Like we could have just skipped straight to the bit where we have the big fucking mega battle at the end. So
some of the points feel kind of inconsequential. It feels more like you were exploring a new world from start and not really connected to the plot per se.
And that's a good point. And I also felt like I would have liked to see more Far Zenith.
It feels like a wasted opportunity.
Definitely, because well, I can't really say, but like, there's not going to be an opportunity to explore that anymore.
Well, I'll say for me, Horizon was my actually favorite AAA game this year, and there's a couple of them higher up on our list that maybe have a little more wide support, which is great. They're great games, but I actually loved Horizon. It is more of the same. If you played the last one, you're going to know what you're going into. This is very much more Horizon. I think they've improved on a lot of things around the edges. I think the combat's better. I think the world's more diverse. I think the subplots are more diverse. I think they do throw a lot at you, but I think a lot of the little stories like that you run across in that world are really fascinating. There's some people you actually meet in Vegas, actually, which I think they have one of the best stories in the game. That's actually maybe my favorite portion of the game.
Vegas was my favorite area of that whole game. I loved it.
Fantastic.
It was really cool. Really cool.
And even if you talk about the tall necks, and I'll say for me, I love the tall necks, not because they're not, yes, they're a little bit like, Ubisoft checklist stuff, but I love that every tall neck is different. In many cases, very different. Like
there's gimmicks to them now.
Doing the same thing every time. each one you have to approach completely differently. I really appreciate that. I think they, I
feel like I've been quite contrarian, so I want to see if we can agree on something. The bit I enjoyed the most was actually like the written like lore and like the audio files, because I really enjoyed
learning about the areas you're in, just like the the War Museum. That was the kind of shit that
was so cool.
And I wanted fucking more of it. I love seeing how the world changes and interacts with a post-apocalyptic world.
But it was like how they blended like what happened in the past and they turned it into like a pseudo religion. like, with the 5 and everything like that, riding on the wings of the 5. I really enjoyed that, but I also really enjoyed like learning more about the Pharaoh Plague and the cataclysm that kind of occurred. That really interested me for sure.
I want to say one thing. I feel like the number one thing that could help fix Horizon and make it as good as we want it to be is if they took all these little things, like for example the tall necks, instead of making them a checklist, tie them to side quests that reveal more areas and more places for us to see. I feel like intertwining the side game content with actual world building, I feel like would mitigate so many issues that the game has. And I'm imagining I'm not the only one in agreement of it.
I'll agree, because the world building, when you dive into it, is actually really strong. It's one of the better aspects of the game. Like,
yes.
They do some incredible work around the edges in that game, and I think the core
is
really
beautiful. It wants you to look around. It wants you to poke and prod and learn about the world that has changed.
And it's almost a shame that that's not, encouraged more. I mean,
more.
Yes,
There's a little bit here and there with the ruin exploration, but it didn't feel like it quite scratched the itch that Vegas did.
Yeah, no,
I will say it has one of the better holy crap moments of the year, like when certain characters show up for the first time.
It was the ending that made me drop my jaw and go, "Oh my god, this is some deep, heavy shit."
It goes in a place you just completely do not expect it to go unless you knew it was coming. It's
impressive. It teases it, and it foreshadows a lot of points well, but it doesn't give you the full story until the very end, and it makes it worthwhile.
I like the not so hidden critique of capitalist culture with the CEO. Like, I really enjoyed that. That made me laugh the entire time. And he's a complete dick as well, like every CEO, and then he gets boxed, which is even better.
So cathartic. It was so cathartic, and I lived for it. That whole side plot, I was originally maxed. I'm like, oh god, we have gone full cultist. This is just gonna get annoying. And then we got to the end. It's like, oh shit, hit the fan, and it hit the fan in a very fun way.
Well, let's not delve too much deeper into the plot, because of course we have to move on. And the next game on our list, we go from the Forbidden to the Forgotten. It's number 16, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And this was inducted by Benny. In fact, it was his personal favourite.
Now, before we kind of go too much further than this, I have a question for you all, because I'll raise my hand on this. How many of you forgot this game actually did come out this year? Because I actually did.
I almost forgot Horizon came out
forgotten.
this year. February and March were...
It's Forgotten Land.
Kirby. I definitely remembered Kirby.
See, here's the thing. It is my favorite game of the year, and it was a close pick between this and Frontiers. And the only reason I gave it to this is because, honestly, Kirby and the Forgotten Land is really solid from a gameplay standpoint, and and especially for it being the first real 3D, meaning, because if you play the other 3D Kirby games, most of them function on a 2D plane still. This is actually a 3D platformer. It's the first one they've done of this type. But I didn't remember the game came out, so I went to go review what I played this year by list of games. I'm going, wait, that came out on my birthday. Why don't I remember that? So I'll say, to start off, that's kind of the big downside of this. Is it doesn't really have a lot of staying power for me in terms of just being memorable. But then you think about it, and there are some really good moments in it. But for those of you not familiar, Kirby basically ends up on another world that looks vaguely familiar to, as you can probably see from some of the box art, human-esque, or it looks like there was a civilization there. And the big draw of this game is trying to figure out kind of, what is this world, and why does it seem so eerily familiar? Especially if you're a fan of like Kirby 64, there's the old theory that Shiverstar is Earth in an ice age, for example. So, I mean, it's not the first time they've tried to do stuff like this. The other cool thing was mouthful mode, which the opening of this game is both so adorable and hilarious, where Kirby basically inhales an entire car, and he's stuck on top of it because he can't swallow the whole thing. But he starts driving down the road as this opening song plays in another language, and it's not Japanese; it's the language of this, this world. And it's so just like Kirby's just on a Sunday drive to this, abandoned, overgrown, city, and it's like so cute and adorable. It's all the feels, and that's kind of what Kirby does best in that aspect. I did 100% complete the game, which I'll say I don't usually tend to do for Switch games, but this one was actually fun to do. even the RNG from like these little figurines you get from capsule machines is weighted to give you the new ones without having to spend a crap ton of money on it. So I mean, it's actually even for the RNG is done, in a nice way for a completionist. My only complaint about the game from a gameplay standpoint probably is that it does get a little. I think the main story is a little too easy. It's almost on par with how easy Star Allies was, but then you go to the extra mode, and it actually does get harder to get the true ending, which is really kind of neat. But then you get to the arena, and I see ya. Let's say, everyone who's played a Kirby game knows the arena is supposed to be the hardest friggin' thing in the game. This was the easiest arena in a Kirby game ever. It just really was. And it's kind of one of those where the difficulty curve is kind of all over the place.
Maybe
but it's
the
not
3D was the difference.
I think there's a little bit of it there, but I also think they did try to tone down the difficulty a bit to try to make it accessible to a little more people, which I'm not against, because I do think that the difficulty in Kirby games, as much as I love their boss fights, sometimes goes a little insane, but there is a reward for that. Now, Corey, you did have your hand up there.
I did have a question. As someone that has never played a Kirby game and has admittedly gotten very interested in this particular title, yeah, I know there's a lot of Nintendo titles that I never stuck my hands into. Nintendo is one of the ones that I don't play a whole lot of. I have never played a Kirby game. Now, would this be a good entry point for someone like me that has never played a Kirby game before?
I would say yes and no, only because of the fact that because we're now basically going from 2D to 3D. There's a lot of elements that are very the same, and it feels like a Kirby game. But then you might have the idea that all Kirby games kind of function in this way. For example, in this game, flight is limited because if you didn't do that, you would break the game entirely because you can move in 3D. Where most Kirby games, flight, other than 64, which kind of follows that same idea where flight's limited, is unlimited. If you've never played a Kirby game, the way I started with it was Superstar. And I think you can find that, I'm hope if it's not on the SNES Online, it needs to be. Nintendo, get on that. But if you can't find that, Star Allies is a very easy game to get into. The main quest is over quick, and it's very much Superstar-esque. There did release, as a free update, a harder version of that quest, so I haven't actually gone back to play that, but that might be a good way to kind of get into the series. But if you just want to actually sit down and play a game with it's a good two-player co-op game. You can play with, like, say, a younger sibling or, a significant other if you just want to sit on the couch and just chill. I would say I didn't really play the two-player mode myself just because I went to the game solo, but I would say it's not a bad game in that aspect. It is a Nintendo game, too. So, I mean, it is high quality. From a technical standpoint, though, I will say one thing it is impressive and also is kind of just worrisome. Draw distance. So the Switch, let's be honest, is at this point underpowered, sadly. It needs an upgrade because even Nintendo's own devs are getting to the point where they're pushing the system so hard. You look at the distance on some things and you see things moving like they're stop motion. It's the draw distance there is just so far. But here's the so to me that's kind of you think that's a negative. But here's the cool thing: that stuff in the background, looking all kind of funky and weird, doesn't affect the game engine or anything in the foreground. They actually optimized it to keep the frame rate and everything fluid for what you're doing. So, and most of the stuff far off in the background you're seeing going all stop motion-y is stuff to kind of give you what you're coming up to rather than anything you need to pay attention to right now. But it is something that really is noticeable to me. It's one of those that I know Nintendo doesn't want to make a new system for various reasons. We've seen some reports on that recently, but the Switch needs a damn update. The hardware is just aging too much, and the developers have basically figured out how to unlock all the potential to the point where we're now having to use tricks to basically optimize the games. Let's do something about that.
One thing I'll say actually is that I think we talked about it when we talked about Sonic, how 3D Sonic feels so different from 2D Sonic. I think you can apply the same to Mario. As good as the 3D Mario games are, they don't at least outside of 3D Land and 3D World, which finally captured it more, they don't feel a lot like 2D Mario. They're a very different thing. Mm-hmm. This game really captures the feel of Kirby. Being the only 3D one, maybe it's not going to be the best representation of the series as a whole, but it still feels like a Kirby game, which I think they did a really good job of capturing that classic gameplay.
Yep.
In transitioning it to 3D. Maybe because they took 20 years longer than most 2D franchises took to go to 3D, but nonetheless, really does capture that feel. So, while it might not be the best representative, to start with for Kirby, if you play it, you're going to have an idea of what Kirby is, which is more than you could say for some of those franchises.
Yeah. They really did, for breaking that 2D to 3D ceiling, they did an excellent job on it. That's something I put in our piece. I do kind of talk a little bit about. But yeah, if you've never tried it, I honestly, like I said, it's one of those I would say if you've never played a Kirby game, it's worth a playthrough. Just keep in mind that because it is the first 3D game, it is going to be a little bit different than the 2D ones, but you do get an idea of what Kirby sort of is. But I would always say Superstar. That's the best place to start.
Okay. Benny, I got to admit, I've never played a Kirby game.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one.
But number 15 on our list is Never Awake. And
I'm eyeballing that game. It's on my Steam wish list right now.
Yes.
Thank you. Bask in your applause, John. I thought of that one at the last moment. Okay.
We're gradually improving. I'm expecting the quality to go one direction, John.
Oh, jeez. Okay, just like a Christian pop band. All right. Okie dokie. So, Never Awake was inducted by Josh, and it was in fact his favourite game of the year. So let's hopefully, has anyone played Never Awake?
I picked it up on Saturday and blitzed through 6.5 hours straight, non-stop on that.
That good?
Perfect.
I ended up ordering the Japanese limited edition. It was that fucking good. I just went out and purchased it. No questions asked. It was such a... It reminded me why I love shoot 'em ups. I admittedly have not played a shoot 'em up since Toho. I think it was Embodiment of Scarlet Devil I played about 5 years ago on Lunatic mode and completed it, and that was the last time I've ever played a shmup.
You said the T word.
I said the dreaded T word. That is how long it's been since I played this. I played through Never Awake, that 6.5 hour stretch, with no hesitation, and coming out of it reminded why I love the fucking genre. It has so much personality for what it does. Its enemy designs and level designs are top notch. The whole shtick is you start off basically playing as what I can only describe as the Heartless of Red Riding Hood. That is the best way I can describe it. It's really interesting in this simple cartoonish style, but it is such a dark story as when you finish the first level, you are greeted with a girl in a hospital bed. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, fuck. Here we go with one of those games. I'm not walking out of this with a smile on my face. It is such an interesting look into what is essentially a child's fears. You battle a child's fears as they lay in that hospital bed. You tackle things like problems with kids at schools, into something as minor as I don't like my vegetables. One of the first bosses you go up against is a mustard. What was it? Wasabi mustard. That's what it was. It's so wild looking, but it's one of those things that it takes its theme so seriously that every time you look at these character and enemy designs, you see something new. It has that lasting power because as a shoot 'em up, it defied its own usual gameplay strategies of just complete the level. Well, completing the level is a little different this time. It's not just run to the end of the stage. It is you have to gather souls by killing certain enemies. And if you don't do it before this loop of this stretch of gameplay ends, it loops back and adds more projectiles, more devious enemies, and evolves on itself. If you keep getting your ass handed to you in a combat stage, it will start giving you more and more power-ups in the shop so that you can keep going at your own pace. If you keep screwing up, they have a thing called Oversoul mode where you replay the stage but a little more powered up. It encourages you to screw up but still not feel like you're out anything. Even if it's just showing you a new diary for this poor soul that's stuck in a fucking hospital bed. I mean, you're getting everything, a lot of stuff just for dying. So it only encourages you to keep going. And that was why I sat there with 6.5 hours straight with no hesitation.
Okay, this is absolutely fascinating for me because I love shmups, and two, the ideas here are quite, I'm going to put it fucking fantastic in the idea of what they're doing. I do want to go back because me and you know Toho, well, at least a little bit.
We know our
But
stuff.
I want to compare it to that in that aspect because A, Toho and Shmups is known very much for A, its music, but B, it is a Damaku, so it means bullet hell for those of you who don't know. So that means there's tons of crap. But those bullets are done usually in very intricate patterns, so they look impossible. But as you start to keep playing the game and you practice them, you start to get better and better and better. Does it kind
Never
of
Awake does something very similar. It is not quite bullet hell. It can get asshole-ish. Don't get me wrong. It can get asshole-ish with this design sometimes. Yes, it's not quite hell yet. It wants to be hell, but it's staying at heck. It wants to keep it G-rated for right now. But it is making its best impression of it while not being ball-bustingly difficult. It wants you to practice. It does not want you to go, I need to be Asian level good to beat this. It goes to the point.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
You need to be able to see molecules, okay?
See at least a few more pixels than Toho demands. It wants you to realize that it wants you to struggle, but it wants you to not feel punished.
Corey, on the difficulty select screen, does it say like easy, normal, hard, very hard, Asian?
Asian. That is lunatic mode. That is I've only done one thing in my life.
Jeez, okay.
You know,
Fucking Christ. What is going on?
Oh,
I will
boy,
say, now that
okay.
you're saying this, I'm like looking at how Jake, my husband's Korean, look at how he plays games versus like how I play games. I'm like, maybe there's something to this. Like,
well, I mean, Koreans, their national sport is StarCraft.
StarCraft,
Different breed.
Yeah.
It's a totally
You're
different
onto
conversation.
something.
I'm not bad.
I forgot I can remember the name of that video. There's like a comedian who did like a video on like video games on quote unquote Asian difficulty, and he's like walking around, it's like living life the Asian video game or Asian difficulty. It's just like breathe, die. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this game? Like, take a step in,
Die
step two
over
quickly.
and over again.
It's really
No,
good.
Never Awake does not want you to hate it. It wants you to learn from it. And I think that's its greatest strength because it doesn't want you to be frustrated with it. It wants you to soak in this wonderful fucking atmosphere that it has created. Steep yourself in it and don't be mad when you lose because it is just opportunity to grow and learn.
So on that though, like so the last thing is just the music because in a shmup, music is friggin' important. How is it?
Good. It is a little repetitive sometimes if you repeated the same loop over and over, but what it does is it basically has one theme for the whole thing that dies out when you go to like a menu and stuff like that, whenever like you lose or you complete the level, and then it'll resume the music as it continues. Like I said, it can get a little repetitive sometimes, but otherwise I thought it was solid. Not quite Zune standards, but it is making its best goddamn effort, and it sounds good for what it is.
But Zune's up here. I'm not everyone confused.
It's too high of a bar, I know. It's too high of a bar, but I'm just trying to give the best possible comparison for it.
So to me, shmups are one of those genres where the music is so important to be integrated well because
you're going to be hearing a lot. You better get used to it.
Yeah, and you also want to kind of pump you up and energize yourself for what you're trying to do. I mean, hell, like
later levels do that more. Like they have an atmosphere that they create. Like for example, one is like a house theme, like you're going through your childhood home, and it has kind of like some bells and stuff that aren't quite what you normally hear in MIDI software, MIDI synths and stuff like that. But it changes itself up enough that you'll probably remember it if you've played the game enough. It'll stick in your head after a while.
Okay, well, so. It may be a bullet hell game, but one way to escape hell is number 14 on our list, Immortality. And this was Andrew's personal favourite.
Good segue. You're
there we go,
this.
thank you. You had to think about it a little, didn't you? There you go.
Well done.
You're good. You're doing good.
Immortality was pretty easily my favorite game this year. Marissa Marcel was supposed to be the next big thing. She was supposed to be a big star. Between 1968 and 1999, she starred in 3 major studio films. None of those movies ever came out. No one today knows where Marissa Marcel is or what happened to her. That's the setup for Immortality. It is the latest game from Sam Barlow. If you've played either of his prior games, the two biggest ones that have gotten some recognition in recent years are Her Story and Telling Lies. But they are FMV games at their core, with some sort of a mystery. In Her Story, you were typing through an ancient computer looking for keywords that would open video clips. In Telling Lies, you were looking through a database to try to figure out an attack that was going to happen. Here, you're trying to figure out what happened to this actress who is supposed to be a big thing, and she starred in movies for major producers and directors and all of that. Things kept going wrong, and there's some real mystery behind why these movies didn't come out. So your goal is to try to go through these video clips and figure out what happened to her, and what happened to these movies ultimately. The most impressive part about the game, well, there's a few things, but one, they recreated these three movies. But there are a couple hundred clips unlocked, ranging from as short as like 15, 20 seconds to as long as like, some of them are over 10 minutes. And as you search through them, you're looking for any clues. At any time, you can actually click on anything on the screen and it'll jump to another clip. So, for example, the first movie is of the three, the one that's set in 1968 is Ambrosio, which is actually based on a real novel, The Monk. And it's directed by a guy who's clearly a stand-in for Alfred Hitchcock. This is trying to be like a gothic horror 1960s Hitchcock film, basically. And it's set in a monastery, and she's playing a nun. So say you see a cross on the wall, you click on the cross, and it'll take you to another clip where a cross is. Say you see a snake slithering across the ground, you click on the snake, and it's going to find another clip with a snake. It's not always a snake, though. It might be someone's wearing snake earrings, and it takes you to a scene with someone wearing snake earrings. If you see a piece of art, it'll try to find a similar piece of art. So that's how you search through these clips and look for, different things and unlock your way through the story. It's really incredibly impressive. I'm a huge film buff. I've watched. I joke to people I've watched more silent movies than some people have watched movies, they went back and recreated like the whole movies, but not just the movies themselves. There's interviews with them they did with like publications about the movie. There's behind the scenes footage. Sometimes you're watching the actual clip from the movie, basically. Sometimes you're watching them filming the scene in the movie. When you get all the clips, you've pretty much you can pretty much watch the movie start to end, all three of them. Some scenes you might be watching a rehearsal instead of the actual movie clip. Some you might be watching them filming it, but you're going to have basically the three movies you can watch. They had to recreate the scenes in a 60s movie, which is based on Hitchcock films, 70s movies, which are based on like the early 70s, like detective films like Clute with Jane Fonda is the real obvious analog. And then one set in the late 90s, which is very much trying to be like those late 90s slightly erotic thrillers that were all the rage in that era. And they've recreated the look and the feel of the films from these three eras remarkably. Actors playing all of these people have to play such depth because they're not only playing the characters in the three movies, they're also playing the actors playing the characters. And eventually you find out there's a whole, and I'm not going to spoil it because it's the biggest moment in the game, there's a whole nother level. There's something going on that has been kind of happening to these people that changes the whole way you look at the game and the characters. As you interact through the clips, you'll start to see hints of it, and if you dig deeper, you can figure out there's another game mechanic here. It allows you to interact with the clips and change them in a way that reveals what's going on. As you do so, you start to see they're playing a whole nother level. There's another level on top of all that they're playing too. It's the best FMV game I've ever played by a mile.
So you're playing a guy editing a video, but what if you're just in a movie of a guy editing a video and someone else is editing you?
What a twist!
I'll say
I'm not high enough to get all that yet, but
they are recreating the feel of like using an editing suite as you scrub through the clips and all. That's actually one of, I think, the biggest improvements over Barlow's past games. I love her story. I think it's a fantastic game. But moving through these clips in that game is a nightmare. Trying to actually navigate to the moment you want in the video clips, like a 5-minute clip.
I know. I know that feeling.
Immortality, it's super easy. You can move around, you can jump forward,
It's like editing a podcast with John on it. Like, got to go through and put it in different places.
shots fired.
I'm here. I'm here all night.
Oh, good. I'll make it easier.
I stole last year.
I'm playing on easy mode. I'm not playing on Asian mode this year, so it'll be fine. I shouldn't make that a meme.
We're doing this again, are we?
I'm sorry. It's guilt. It's a guilty pleasure now, I guess. Oh
What,
dear.
Asian
horrible.
No! You're making it worse. I mean, just making the joke. Anyway, back to the postmodern game. This does sound very interesting. I've got to say, like. How would you say it kind of captures just visually the look of a 60s film or a 70s film? Because I notice when I kind of like watch shows or movies and they try to recreate what a 90s thing looked like or an 80s or a 70s, it doesn't look quite right. But you're telling me this one does.
I think it really nails the feel of all three eras. I mean, like, you know, from clothes, the look of the props and even the behind the scenes stuff, the style of the environments they're in behind the scenes. There's like a scene where Marissa Marcel is doing an interview with a guy who's clearly Johnny Carson. Like, it's, he's got his own name, but it's a clip from the Tonight Show, basically, of her going on in the 60s, and it's perfect. It even has the slight wear that, like, like the film grain kind of that film, of that era has. Like, it looks. I watch a lot of 60s movies, and this feels like a 60s movies. And I watch a lot of 70s movies, and the one from the 70s feels like a 70s movie. And same with the one from the 90s.
So if you actually watched a clip of it, and like you didn't know anything about the game or anything, you might think, oh, this is a movie from the 70s then. Oh.
Right down to like filming styles and editing styles and, the camera angles and all. Like, clearly,
and maybe you see a little bit of the film on the corner or something.
The amount of attention to detail here, it's remarkable. Like, the amount of detail they went into to get this right is really pretty outstanding. And yeah, just like I said, FMV games are always going to be a tough sell for some people. I get it. But if you haven't played Immortality, it's on Game Pass. Highly recommend checking it out. It's, at the very least, I think most people are going to be intrigued. And the mystery behind it all is pretty fascinating to discover. When you hit that moment where you realize the extra layer of gameplay beyond what you initially see, I think it's going to blow it. I know it blew some people's minds this year. I think it'll blow pretty much everyone's, actually. It's something, yeah.
I think I have to play this one.
Yeah, sounds persuasive.
I just want to say real quick, I think with like this sounds like an amazing example with At Dead of Night, which was released a few years ago, another FMV. I think in this decade, I would be surprised if we don't see more FMV titles just really change people's opinions about what they can do. Like, people are getting so creative with these. I'm really excited. I've added this to my list. I have to get it.
I think you're right, Heather, and I think like it might transcend the normal mediums that we see FMV games on. I mean, we saw Bandersnatch with Netflix, a few years ago.
Oh, that was the Black Mirror thing.
Yeah, that was the Black Mirror thing.
Fucking well good. It was well good, and I expect that like people will probably experiment with that medium more because of the distribution. Right, you can get it in front of so many people's.
I mean, speaking of modern FMV games, Andrew, is it better than Super Seducer 3? The modern classics.
I haven't gotten to that one, actually, so I can't say.
Wasn't that taken down from Steam?
No.
I think it was. So I still have it on my... I still have it in my Steam. I'm not uninstalling it, you know? It's mine forever now. The shame can never be erased, Richard.
I can find a comment on Steam on this one. But, no, I was going to point out something is with the FMV games in general. Here's exactly why I think you're going to see more and more of them. You don't need $10,000 to $20,000 cameras now. Everyone's got a phone camera with simply like a high-end one for $1,000 to $2,000 maybe that you can record simple clips on. I mean, there was a game that came out during the pandemic, which me and my friends picked up kind of as a bit of a joke, but we want to go back to. I think it's called 5 Dates. That it's basically about a bunch of people who are kind of stuck at home, you know, and so they're basically doing like virtual dates, etc., via using like their phones. But with like editing software is getting cheaper, you know, camera technology is getting cheaper. So I think it's becoming more before where you had to have these movie studio productions to make kind of an FMV game. You know, people just didn't have it. Now you're more and more with the equipment and the technology being available. People who are really creative are going to, I think, be able to, you know, put this together and make better and better games.
Wasn't
Look at
there
how far the
also a
ART
game,
field has
a narrative-driven game where you were trying to track down the location of a missing woman based on her cell phone footage?
Isn't it What Happened to Kate or something like that? Or Laura? Or I gotta look that up.
Simulacra.
Well,
yes, you got it.
That's it.
Yeah, it was like it looked really intriguing. I was like, "Whoa, that's a pretty cool concept for a game."
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And speaking of cell phones, Immortality actually got a release on mobile with exclusively through Netflix, actually. So if you haven't looked it out,
you can play it on Netflix.
Netflix has their game division now, which includes games like Point P, which is like it's considered Downwell, and a few other things like that.
Can you actually play it on Netflix? Like Bandersnatch?
You go into the not quite. You go into the Netflix app, and it basically takes you into you click on games at the bottom, and they've basically got their own app store there that you download the games through the Netflix app. So it's a little complicated, but it does download a separate app at that point.
But that's what I was alluding to earlier. Like, as subscriber numbers like around the world don't continue to grow, like because they've kind of reached a plateau, like with the number of people they can reach, that'll be the new market, I think, and I think it'll get quite spicy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, going from strongly narrative-driven games to not very strongly narrative-driven game is number 13. It's Splatoon 3. And this was inducted by Josh. But I think we have at least one other person here who's played it. No?
I definitely have, if no one else has.
Okay, thank God. Andrew to the rescue.
I didn't vote for it, but I did enjoy it. I reviewed it, actually, for the site. And I gave it a good review. It wasn't quite in my 5 favorite of the year, but I enjoyed Splatoon 3 a lot. If you haven't played it yet, it's more Splatoon. That's the best and the worst thing I can say about it. Because I love Splatoon. Splatoon 2 is probably one of my 30 or 40 favorite games of all time. I've put stupid amount of hours into Splatoon 2. The upside of it is if you haven't played Splatoon in a few years, Splatoon's still real good. It's a casual shooter. Matches only take 3 minutes. You can get in, get out. There are multiple ways to interact with the game. You don't have to be some amazing shot that can kill a million people because you don't win or lose based on killing people. You win based on covering more of the map with ink. So the only advantage of killing your opponents is it takes them out of the match for a minute and gives you free reign to ink the map. There's new maps, there's new mechanics. It's probably mechanically the best game in the series, pretty easily. It doesn't do any huge changes from the formula, but there's new abilities. There's some cool new vehicles you can ride around in, like a little mech tank, which I thought was pretty cool. It's really well done. It's still really fun. Personally, for me, Splatoon 2 I'd probably still put slightly higher just because the variety of maps in it I think is stronger at this point. But as they release more maps for Splatoon 3, I'm sure it will surpass it. I'm pretty confident of that, actually. There's also probably the best single-player mode the series has had so far, too, I'll say. The Splatoon games have always had a single player mode. It's always been more like a tutorial than anything else. But with each game, it's gotten a little bit more complex. Splatoon 2's definitely had a little bit more going on than the first one. This one continues that trend. It's not quite... If you were just playing it for the single player mode, it's probably not worth picking up, but it's nice to have, and it is fun. They also took Salmon Run from the second game, which was the horde mode, basically, of the game, which you could only play on a set schedule in the second one. Like, there were certain hours it was available, which everyone thought was a really weird choice. They've made it available all the time. You can play Salmon Run whenever you want, which is great. Now, it's a really good game. It's, like I said, it's more of the same. If you've put so many hours into Splatoon 1 and 2 like I did, there's a part of me that's like, okay, I kind of want something new from this series after 3 entries. I kind of want you to push yourself a little bit. I mean, it's eventually probably going to be a better version of a game that is one of my 50 favorite games of all time, so I can't be too down on it. If you pick it up, you're going to have fun.
If you like Splatoon, you like Splatoon 3, I guess. Yeah. Okay, well, since it's not a lot of people here who have much experience, let us move on to... I cannot think of a... Oh, there's got to be something.
Come on, John. We're relying on you here.
I'll give myself 10 seconds. How on earth am I going to segue?
So what would happen, John, if the undead hordes invaded possibly Splatoon and started biting them?
They turn into zombies?
Zombie squids?
Possibly, but what would be scarier than the zombie and sucking ink? Or blood in this case.
They're going to paint the
That would
rooms
have
of some
been great.
environments.
That would have been great if our next game was number 11 on the list. But unfortunately, it's not. It's actually number 12. It's Sifu. Okay, you gave me the. Thank you. Benny gave me it. Thank you. Not in the way expected, but he did give it to me. Okay, right. At number 11, you'll see why that would have been a very good segue. Okay, had that been number 12, but it's number 12. Okay, so Sifu. This was inducted by Henry, but he's not here. Anyone else played Sifu? And Andrew, you played every game this year.
The hero.
I've played something like 21 or 22 of our top 25. Yeah, I've played most of these, so I can...
He reviewed half of them.
No, Francis played it too, so we talked.
I played a little bit, yeah.
A little bit, okay. I would have played it. My mum actually got me it for Christmas, but she accidentally got the Switch version rather than the PS5 version. So, so
they're all Nintendos when it comes to moms.
It's always Nintendos with moms, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you got a Nintendo, don't you?
Actually, because you guys in the UK, what's it tell me? Aren't you playing your Master System?
Is that what's that meant to mean, Betty? What are you trying to say here?
It's trying to be a pejorative.
Are you saying we don't have the latest consoles? We're not a third world country, Betty. Though Liz Truss tried to make us a third world country, but not quite.
No, okay. I could be completely wrong, but I thought in the UK, Sega was more of a thing than Nintendo during the Master
They were.
So you're Mega Drive.
They're trying to rewrite histories was actually
but that was a long time ago.
No, we loved Nintendo over here. Nintendo was the best ever.
Literally, that was the thing I got yelled at all the time. Where it's like, stop playing your Nintendo. I'm playing a Sega Genesis right now. No, you're playing your Nintendo. Okay.
See, there's a certain irony there. Because I prefer the SNES and Francis prefers the Mega Drive. So, certain, I don't know, there's some Americans like Sega, some British people.
You were swapped
like
at birth.
Yeah, maybe.
I was more a Genesis
I have no idea
guy
how that
myself.
would happen. I mean...
I think Purnell was a Genesis guy, too. Weren't you, Purnell?
Well, I love me some Genesis. It was always a weird divide because I feel like most kids had one or the other because they only had one or the other console.
Right.
But if you had them both... For me, it became a thing where Super Nintendo's claim to fame was the RPGs, the JRPGs. Mm-hmm. Genesis had the beat-em-ups, and more of the good action titles.
Speaking of beat 'em ups, speaking of beat 'em ups, let's get back to number 12, Sifu. I gotta take control of the car and just veer it back with another segue. Okay, Sifu. Andrew, talk about Sifu.
No, Sifu really shouldn't be my thing. It's a beat 'em up that kind of is inspired almost by Souls games in the difficulty and the repetition. And I'm talk about this more later, but I'm not a big Souls guy at heart. I don't really love games that are punishingly difficult. I did when I was younger, but nowadays there's a lot of games I want to get to. I have broad tastes. I love so many things. I don't really love a game that's going to make me beat my head against it over and over and over. I can appreciate them. I rarely find myself loving them because it's just, if I have to do the same thing more than like 5 or 6 times, I'm kind of like, okay, I could be doing something else a lot of times. But Sifu broke past that partially because I was reviewing it, and there's a kind of a point of you gotta get so far. You can't, stop on level 2 because it's kicking your butt. But it made me push forward, and I was so glad I did, because Sifu is a really interesting beat 'em up in that your master is murdered in front of you as a child. Your father, basically, who was by his former students, and they steal these pendants that give them superpowers, basically, and they go off and spread out throughout the world. You grow up and you decide you're going to have your revenge. It's a revenge story. You're going to go after the 5 of them and you're going to kill them. And every time you die in Sifu, you get older. Every time each additional time it gets worse and worse. Like, so, first time you die, you age 1 year. I think you start at 20. I could be wrong. You could be 22 or something, but something around there. So say the first time you die, you're 20. 1 year older, so you're 21. But you get back up, you revive, and you can keep fighting. Next time you die, though, you age 2 years, so now you're 23. Ooh. Next time you die, you age 3 years, so now you're 26. Then 30, then 35, and so on, 41, 48, until eventually you get to 75. If you get when you go over 75, you die. It's game over. 5 stages to get through, each of which is capped by a boss, which some of them are incredibly difficult. My first time through, didn't make it past the first boss. Took me out. I had to start the game over. Second time through, I got like halfway through level 2 and died. Then I got to the boss of World 2 and level 2, and he probably beat me 12 times. That second boss, I think, is actually was my most frustrating boss in the entire game. I could not get his rhythm down. It's the sort of thing where a lot of games I would have just been done. But I was reviewing the game, and also I was really having fun. The core combat mechanics of this game, it's from the same people who made Absolver, which had a fascinating combat system, and they've taken it up a notch. The amount of depth to this combat system between dodging, countering, parrying, the amount of moves you can pull off, specials. You don't get the parry timing down, you're going to die a lot. The parry timing is incredibly important to this game. But you find weapons, and they can be hugely helpful. You start to find new moves. Sometimes you'll find items that can reset your age counter, so that maybe you're in your 30s, but you reset it, so the next time you die again, you only go up 1 year instead of maybe 5 years instead. As the further you go, the more more complex the combat gets, the more complex the stages get. It's a wonderful game from a combat perspective. I will say, from my understanding, is they patched some difficulty levels in after the fact. Nowadays, if you play this game, there's multiple difficulty levels, which is probably a good thing. I'm all for games, having more options for more players to be able to check things out. As much as this isn't me, I'm kind of glad there wasn't at launch, because it really does a heck of a sense of accomplishment to it when you finally get past this thing that's just been beating you down over and over. Like, the first time I got to the final boss, he beat me so badly that I thought I will never be able to beat this game. I put all this work, I got past the stage 2 boss that I couldn't figure out. I finally got here, and I'm not going to be able to do this. And I'm like, well, I mean, at least I saw the whole game. At least I can review it. But I feel bad because, like, I want to beat this game after so much. The point that it kept making me come back, like, that's the point where I could have walked away and said, you know what, maybe I didn't see the ending, but to be clear, the story of this game isn't any great shakes. It's a very generic revenge story. I think it's actually the biggest flaw of the game. I wish the story and the characters had a bit more pathos. I wish they were a little more better developed. I think that could have taken this game up just one more level to be all it could have been. I loved the gameplay so much, and I felt such a desire from fighting so hard to get there that I had to keep coming back. And eventually, I did it. I beat this game, and it is one of my proudest moments of the year of any game, just because I managed to do this, and I really didn't think I was going to be able to. It's the kind of thing where, like, okay, maybe those old skills from, like, you know, those 16-bit era, 8-bit era, you know, hard game skills, I don't push them as much as I used to. I'm very much into a wide variety of games. I don't usually pick the hardest difficulty setting on games nowadays. I don't have that much time to dedicate to each game if I want to play what I want to play. But it's nice to see sometimes, okay, maybe those skills are still in there when I really need them. So, yeah, it's a very cool game.
So do you feel as though you are happy that Sifu allowed you to see through your preconceived, you know, notions of what you would get out of that game? Hey, you give me my thumbs up.
I'm waiting you to finish. I'm waiting for you to finish before I go thumbs up or thumbs down.
Oh,
let's see where let's see where it goes.
You've got a competition on your hands here.
I guess so. Yeah, like I'm scared. I'm worried it's coming for me.
He is gunning for you, mate.
He's not just fighting people in the comments anymore. He's going to fight me in a minute.
Taking it to the streets.
No, I could definitely appreciate a game like that, though, where it is difficult and will, like, it's one of those ways you get through each step, because I'm not a Souls type player either. The closest I've come to that this year was, A, beating Yakuza Kiwami on Legend, which I hate the truck section, but B was X2, which I ranted about more than enough, but it has that same idea of learn boss pattern, get better, slowly. And in that same vein, I felt really accomplished getting up to the final boss, but I think the difference in with our journeys on that was your final boss did feel like you could actually eventually beat it. Mine would completely change the game mechanics, and I just threw the controller and said, I'm done. So it's like that, and that can make and break a game really easily. It's just those simple things like that. So it sounds like they really did walk a fine line, but they did kind of nail the landing on that. If it is one of those that you can pick up and go, you know what? No, I know I can do this if I just kind of give it a couple more tries.
Yeah, and I'll say, for those who are like, should I keep pushing in this game? Really try to at least see the third level. It's set in a museum, and it's one of my favorite levels I played in the game this year. The third level's outstanding.
It definitely does sound like one of those old martial arts movies where the students like been training over and over again and failing over and over again, and the master's just bonking them on the head, and they're just like, I give up, this is stupid. And it's just like, but you must try again. Perseverance is the true skill. So it kind of seems a bit like that.
I wish it pushed a little bit beyond homage and had a little bit more of an identity of its own. I think it sometimes gets a little stuck on. Developers love those movies, clearly. It's very much the inspiration. I mean, they literally steal the old boy hallway fight scene. I mean, that's there are moments pulled directly out of big martial arts and movies and things like that. And again, they're not trying to pass it off as their own. They're clearly referencing. It's great. It's a great scene. But at the same time, sometimes I wish it did a little more to develop its own identity. But from a pure gameplay perspective, it's pretty fantastic.
Okay, well, I have a segue. It's inspired by Benny. So yes, the protagonist of Sifu has to worry about getting older and dying. But one thing that doesn't have to get worried about getting older and dying, quite the opposite, is number 11. It's Vampire Survivors. And that is being inducted by Purnell.
Well, I'm pretty sure a number of people are probably hearing this and going, overrated game. Doesn't belong in anybody's list. Where's your God of War Ragnarok or whatever? I don't know. But I feel as though this game, if you're just talking about industry game of the year and community game of the year, we would be remiss to omit this title from our roster. This game, people would talk about it back as early as like February and January to me, about how I need to try this game out, this really cool game that looked really stupid to me when I first saw it. It just looked like a Castlevania ripoff. And I only learned fairly recently that it wasn't an asset flip. It was actually, the sprites were done by the creator of the game. But it is a very, at its core, simple game. You are a character, avatar, that you select that is plopped onto a map and enemies spawn. Typical twin-stick bullet hell type game. But you don't fire any bullets. The bullets fire themselves based on what you have in your inventory. So you'll be walking around and your guy will just be doing things, and you'll be killing monsters, picking up gems, which count as experience points. Every level, you'll get something new. You get to choose typically between a few things. And then that expands your repertoire. And you do it again, and you do it again. And eventually the intensity of the enemies start getting grander and grander. And then eventually you'll break a treasure chest open that will result in like a garbage pile of like confetti, gotcha confetti, spewing onto the screen, telling you got this cool new reward. And you just get caught up in this loop, this addictive loop of just seeing more enemies get killed by your crazy combination of goods that expounds upon itself. And you're not even meant to play for but so long on each run, because the game has a mechanic where if you last like 30 minutes, the Grim Reaper comes and kills you. Or he tries to, because you can push him back for a period if you're really good. But it's just meant to kill you. And then you come back and do it again. And then, despite they gave you this game that allows you to unlock new characters, new equipment, and new stages, and the game ran from either free to $5, they then made it so that you could combine items to get super items. And it just gets to be this insane concoction of dopamine that you just keep getting injected with over and over and over again. And then you talk to other people, from people who don't play video games to people that do, and they all talk about Vampire Survivors. Like it's the second coming of fun games. And then the other thing that came to mind, which is why I feel like it needs to be on this list, is the simple fact that not since the Souls-like has there been a new subgenre made up of just two random words like we got now with the Survivor-like. Now we got Survivor-likes. Everybody wants to make a game where a guy can't fire bullets by himself with your button input. Everybody's doing the same damn thing. And it just goes to show you that, one, there is still gold to be mined in gaming creativity that surprisingly hasn't been done, and also that there's always someone waiting to do the same damn thing once it's been proven to be successful.
I was going to say, we were talking about bullet hell a little bit. I've actually heard some people starting to call these games bullet heaven.
Yes, I've heard that. Yes,
because it's that very much that same thing. Is you is like the screen eventually floods to the point where there are so many enemies you can't move outside of the area of your attack because they're everywhere. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get more and as you get these upgrades, which is very much a kind of a roguelike style of thing. You know, every run's different. You're building up your abilities, and you're creating your loadout. You're trying to pick different abilities that synergize together to create the best ability to survive. But there's like this flow of, things start off hard. It's very easy when you first are figuring out the game to die in like the first minute or two because you don't know what you're doing and you don't have that many abilities yet and you haven't unlocked much. But as you go, you start to get more powerful and more powerful and more powerful, and suddenly these waves that a minute ago were killing you, suddenly you're pushing them back and they're nothing anymore. You're destroying them. And then there's this period where like you're just unstoppable. And then the game starts throwing more at you again. And then it gets harder and harder and harder to the point where you're barely surviving. Then if you're playing well, you'll get just enough unlockables again that you can start pushing that group back again. this is the Steam Deck game of the year. If you have a
Yes,
Steam Deck, it is the perfect portable game. It, runs are not super short. I mean, they can be, especially when you're first starting. But a good run will last 30 minutes. It's the kind of one more run game like that. You die and you just want to go once more.
I got to ask you though, what is your favorite weapon or weapon pair?
I mean, the garlic's pretty good.
Garlic is good. For me, it was the white bird and the black bird. If you had both birds juiced up, they were firing lasers and
good.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the garlic every time I see it, but the book and the cross are also favorites.
Yes. I love that. It's such a good game, and I almost ignored it because it just looked like an asset flip.
It's on mobile now too, and it's free on mobile.
It was so cheap that I bought it based off you guys just saying like, "Oh, I can't believe I forgot it," and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, it was so good." I'm like, "Shit, gotta get it."
I want to
give it a shot.
Something very, very weeby about this game, and since Cory and Benny are here, I feel they've got my back, so it's okay.
Okay.
Lay it on me, fam. Lay it on me.
So, of course, like HoloLive, right? So, okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
So this VTuber group, right? One of the most popular VTuber groups, and like the various kind of characters, they play Vampire Survivors a lot, to the point where this guy, I think, made an entire fan game based on Vampire Survivors, where all the characters from HoloLive are characters in Vampire Survivors.
I know what you're talking about.
So, like, Miko is famous for, like, burning her house down in Minecraft with, like, lava. So, in the game, she's got, like, a lava bucket that kind of kills all the enemies around her and stuff. It's insane how much time and effort people will put into these little fan
likes,
projects.
man, is a thing.
Yeah.
Survivor likes are real now. So many of them.
I mean, it's so popular with streamers,
Especially if it's a short game you can kind of pick up and do a couple of rounds. I can see that being a perfect streaming game, yeah.
There are some games that are just designed to be streamed, and that sounds like one of them. It's designed for it.
There's even a stream feature where you can let your stream pick your upgrades for you, actually.
I love it when they do that kind of stuff. You do not see a lot of games that do that very often.
It's really integrated with it, so.
I would say it even sounds like kind of one of those games that you can get together with a couple of friends, have a couple drinks, and just pass the controller back and forth and see how far everyone can kind of go.
Love that.
I like the idea of this.
Okay. So we go from vampires to a dark city of the night. In number 10, it's Sunday Gold. So I think Sunday Gold is just... It's like a JRPG crossed with Ocean's 11, set in a cyberpunk London.
That's a lot.
With the artistic style of Disco Elysium. So there's so much kind of going on there. Ooh. And the thing is, now, it's turn-based, the combats are turn-based, but the turn-based system is shared with everything you do out of combat as well. Like, everything you do. Like, talking to someone takes action points. Picking a lock takes action points. Hacking a computer takes action points. So, and that's fine, like, when you're out in the street, you're in the pub or whatever. But when you're in a heist, everything you do takes time. And then, like, once your action points are out, you have to end the turn to refresh them. But every time you end the turn, the alert level goes up more and more. You start hearing people on the radio and the comms saying, like, hey, I'm not hearing back from those guys on level 3. We should take a look down there. Like, they'll start getting... The alert level will rise. And that kind of keeps the tension up. What makes it even more cool is, like, the kind of the Disco Elysium illustrations, is that the characters will start to lose their sanity. They'll start getting freaked out. They'll hear the alarm klaxons. They'll start getting a flashback to something else that's happened in their life. And that'll start affecting them in combat. They'll start attacking each other, start attacking themselves. And sometimes sometimes they'll attack the enemies too, but in a kind of a manic way. and it's just so interesting and unique, and it's British as well. So
they have that accent, a very Cockney accent. I love it. Gavin, every time I hear Gavin and Sally talk, I'm like, this is great. I am in heaven with this.
Yeah, and it's just I really, it came out of left field for me, certainly.
You hadn't even heard about it before I pitched it.
No, I never heard about it. And like Pernell, you were really into it too. You tell me what you liked about it.
Oh, that's what you pretty much said. I like the fact that I'm a big fan of games where they have an ensemble cast that sticks with you through the entire game. So there's always a thing where people like to play RPGs or whatever, where you have to switch characters. You'd be like, this is my favorite character in the game, or before I could pick. But something to be said about when you always are stuck with 3 or 4, and every experience is shared with each of them, because it builds on their dialogue, it builds on their party synergy, if you build skills that way. And every story beat impacts all of them in some capacity. So you take that, and you also have this, and this, I feel like, surprisingly innovative action point and click RPG combat system that's all intertwined together with the feeling of a good heist movie. And you are on top of something sweet. You might even say you struck Sunday gold with this one.
Yeah. There we go. You're giving me a run for my money there.
It's another, just like with,
I know.
Just like with you, I never heard it. I didn't hear of it until the review came up. Like, you want to try this game? I'm like, okay, whatever. Let's do it. Try my Steam Deck out. And I will say it's not the most fun to use on a Steam Deck, because you got to use the track pads on the sides and all that. But you deal with it for quality. And Sunday Gold, baby, you got quality.
It was a surprise, and I really agree with what you said about the characters synergizing with each other. Like, every upgrade you choose, you're thinking how can I make Frank kind of make the other characters? He's like the leader. It's like, come on, mate, sort yourself out. And then, they'll shoot better, or they'll kind of have more action points to use. And it's just they're working. And that's the thing, is because they're they definitely don't say trust Gavin 100% at the start, but they kind of come together a little bit. They come together. Yeah, exactly.
Like a good heist movie.
And there's kind of people from their past turn up as well. It's just, I think it's kind of better than Ocean's 11 or whatever, to be honest. It's kind of a bit more gritty and crazy and insane. And it just gets more and more crazy as it goes on. So Sunday Gold, give it a go.
Now, before we go on to Sunday's silver, I gotta step out. I got things I gotta do tonight. I got another thing, but I hope to make it back in time for the #1 game.
We hope you make it back, Pernell. hurry back.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, please do.
Safe travels, my friend.
Hopefully, see you later, buddy.
I hope you don't stay there for too long.
Really, really fast, because it does pertain to Hey Poor Player. Pernell, I killed Dark Dragon.
My man.
So we will resolve that.
Wait, Shining Force?
Yes, we will.
There was a bet between me and Pernell on the last episode. We will resolve that on the next one. So viewers, you have something to look forward to.
My man. And on that note, I'm checking out. Sign it off. Later, guys.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Where am I, friend?
Hurry back.
Okay, right. Well, let's hope he makes it back in time. Wink, wink. Okay, so from the twinkle of Sunday Gold to number 9, Dying Light 2. And this was inducted by Francis.
I really, really liked Dying Light. It's if you haven't played it before, it's a action RPG / zombie apocalypse game with a heavy focus on parkour and really brutal melee combat. Traversing the world was a lot of fun, but one thing about the original Dying Light was there's a lot of farmland, open fields, not especially tall buildings. They don't really work to take advantage of all these cool parkour abilities you get. Yeah. Dying Light 2 delivers the perfect playground for the series Blend of Parkour, because it takes you out of these farmlands and rural areas, plops you in the middle of this fortress-like city with this huge emphasis on verticality. It takes place after 20 years after the first game. Humanity's living on the rooftops of this city. It's the last bastion of society. Farming, doing what they do, setting up fortifications while the streets are overrun with the dead. You have lots of skyscrapers to climb now. You can use a paraglider to glide over the city, using sewer vents to use the hot air to propel yourself. You're spending a lot more time airborne and away from the ghouls and stuff that linger below. And it makes for a really, really cool bit my tongue. Sorry. It just makes for some really cool moments where you're just jumping from rooftop to rooftop, pursued by hordes of ghouls at night. What were the viral ones called? The big crazies. John, you played the original.
I did, yeah, but I've forgotten it. It was a long time ago.
Volatiles, yes.
Yeah.
And now you can use ultraviolet light to fly them. So they'll pursue you doggedly for miles until you find the next location where you can hunker down and keep them away with light. Create some really tense moments. What I really enjoy there now is the first game's storytelling was pretty loose. Now it's a really focused narrative where you can choose to ally with either the survivors, who were like this kind of socialist society just looking to try to, get by day to day, or the peacekeepers, who were like pseudo-fascists and they have a really authoritarian bend. And the decisions you make with who you want to side with actually greatly shape the environment. You can choose to capture windmills or power substations and allocate them to either faction. And if you allocate things to the survivors, they help with traversal. So set up ways to quickly get around the environment that's easier to get to rooftops, which is, your best chance at safety in that game. Or if you end up siding with the peacekeepers, they'll give you a lot more offensive measures. So you can do things like rig bombs to cars and create distractions and stuff like that to thin out the zombies that are down in the more dangerous areas, which usually have the best loot. So it made it really hard. I found a lot of times where I couldn't decide who I wanted to side with because, the rewards are so helpful either way you put it. And with 500 freaking hours of gameplay, you really want to see everything that's in this city. So you're really weighing the pros and cons of what's really going to help you achieve the goals that you're trying to achieve with certain quests and whatnot. It's a tremendous amount of fun. And if you're going in co-op with another player, or 3 others, and just rummaging through the town, rolling as a band, hacking up zombies with crazy things like flaming machetes or electrified sledgehammers, or drop kicking zombies off buildings. It's just a whole lot of fun, man. I love it.
Yeah, I played it as well this year, actually. I didn't get as far as you. I only got maybe 10 or 15 hours in, but I think drop kicking things it's very satisfying, but then also as well the arsenal available to you as well. But then I think when you're actually engaging in melee combat with probably not volatiles because they're really hard and
you don't do that.
You don't do that. No, you just run away. But the regular zombies, it's quite visceral, because they're really in your face, and I think that's something they brought across really well from the original one, because they are in your face, and you've got to really just basically hack at them, and then basically limbs and things like that fly off in excruciating detail, which is brilliant to view. But what I wanted to ask is, do you think 500 hours is too much content?
Absolutely. Yes. Well, for a completionist like Benny, you're getting a whole lot for your $60.
No. That is a goddamn nightmare. Hell no.
Not even Mr. Platinum wants to do that. Jeez.
No.
That's the thing that really turned me off from it.
During my review playthrough, it took me, I think it was just over 40 hours to wrap it up, and I still had, obviously, a tremendous amount to do.
That gives me a lot of confidence now. I might go on and finish that, because...
And the story, like I said, it's a lot more tightly focused than the original, so I found myself really wanting to see what happened next.
Does it not leave you kind of with that like nagging feeling? Like, so you've got like you finished it up in 40 hours, but you've still got like 460 hours worth to do. Aren't there like loads of people there who are just like, but we still need your help? You see, I get in some of these open world games, I just get really immersed, and I just start feeling like, oh well, I don't want to finish the story till I've helped out so and such and such and. Oh, I don't know. That can be.
It's fetch quests that infuriate me. It's like go fetch said item from X place, and I don't really feel like that adds like value, to a game in any way.
This is usually explore some bunker or some far off area, just teeming with ghouls, and you have to go at night. Things are more hostile, and I mean, they're fun side quests. They're not like Yakuza well written or anything like that, but. There's some nice story to them. You care about the characters a bit. But I do think that, the quality is definitely more in the actual, like, story missions. You're not going to be blown away by these side quests. But, I mean, it was always satisfying to do them. Especially because the skill tree, while it's not quite as big as the one in the first game, you just get some really batshit crazy abilities that are just so fun to use. Especially now that the game features these fortifications where bad guys have taken over. Like they're like the outposts in Far Cry. And you have to sneak around, kill them, capture it, and then you have a safe zone you can use, and usually the treasure rewards are insane. So it was just really satisfying unlocking these crazy abilities, sneaking around, stealthily picking off like 30 dudes, drop kicking the leader off a skyscraper. Like it's awesome. It's a lot of fun. So, I don't know. I had a blast with it. And even after I wrapped up the story, I found myself going right back to it. Especially, playing co-ops. It's great.
How's the execution of that? Because that's what I really enjoyed about the first one, like loading up with a mate and like just going in there and like feeling like it's a bit of a playground and just doing really silly things like with silly weapons.
That was the fun of the first one, was just having your giant urban jungle to go screw around in.
But now you have a paraglider and you can soar it with friends and then land with your machete and cut a random dude's head off for 60 feet in the air. Like, you can't beat that.
Rad.
I'm gonna have to be like John and be a nitpicking contrarian here.
Okay.
But the thing I hated about the first game was the death mechanic, right? Mm-hmm. So you die and you just sort of teleported like about 20 meters away, and then you go and you can walk back into a fight that's like half finished. Half of the people are dead because you killed them. And it's like, it's the same thing they did in BioShock, where you just turn up in a Vita chamber. I hate
that. Turned me off in BioShock too. I actually, when you realize you can keep coming back and eventually kill a Big Daddy with a flaming teddy bear, if you have enough wherewithal to do it, like, it's not scary anymore. There's no urgency.
Just take me back to the next
Let me try
checkpoint.
again.
Let me try again from the start. Yeah,
that's how it is. If you die, you try again.
God! So they fixed it then.
And I think a big part of the reason they did that was the outpost. If you could just take a whole outpost, you die, come back, and everyone you killed is back.
Yeah, half of them are still dead. Yeah.
Like, there'd be no challenge there.
Okay, so it's
no longer
it's
like
just
that.
good old-fashioned checkpoints then.
You have to work.
Oh, thank God for that. I'm so happy to hear that.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because everyone talks about how... And, rightly so, it had some fantastic... But literally, like, after the game launched, I was like, this is no longer engaging. There's no real consequence here. I mean, they eventually had to patch the game to fix that issue with the regeneration chambers, so...
Yeah.
No, it's not like that in Dying Light 2. It's great. If you haven't played it, check it out.
All right, well, that's the Dying of the Light, and moving on to number 8. It is Pentiment, and this was inducted by Andrew.
Yeah, so Pentiment is the newest game from the team at Obsidian, who are most known for things like Fallout New Vegas, Star Wars 19, Old Republic 2, The Outer Worlds a couple years ago. They make very story-based games, very choice-based. They're known for the depth of their side content and their world building and things like that. And Pentiment takes all of that, and it's a big part of it. It also focuses in far more specifically on the storytelling than some of those past games. I mean, there are RPG elements here still. Don't get me wrong. You build your character, you make choices about their history, and those do factor the choices you have done. Really, this is the story of Andreas Mahler, who is a 16th century painter who is basically interning at a abbey, painting, reprinting books for people who want copies of books. While trying to finish his masterpiece, he can go off and become a master painter. It's like this guy. As you start exploring and running out of time, you're on a pretty short amount of time. You have a set number of days to explore and get to figure out who's doing this. Start to realize you're not going to find a smoking gun. There's a lot of people who have motive. There's a lot of people who maybe could have done it. At the end, if you want to save your friend, you're going to have to finger one of them and say, "Hey, that's the guy. That's who did it, or the girl." But you don't really know. Then time jumps forward. You jump forward like 10 years, and you've come back to this little town for the first time in a long time, and you've made your fortune. But there's another murder, and as the person who's now, I guess, the town detective after last time, you get thrust into trying to figure it out again. It's a game about history. It's a game about art. It's a game about how time moves on, and yet other things stay the same. About how, history of a place, like the town is as big a character as anything. Throughout the different eras of this game, you see how it's evolved, and you even see how it's evolved from the history long before the game, actually. The distant past is becomes an important part of it. It's fascinating. You get to come back to this town 10 years later, and people have died, people have had kids, other people have, are still there, and their lives might be okay, other times they might not. They might have gone terribly. Some people have turned their lives around, and now they're doing well. It's just, the storytelling of this is fascinating. The twists it takes are fascinating. There's a change after the second chapter that I don't think most players will see coming. From a storytelling perspective, it's fascinating. From a world-building perspective, it's fascinating. From a choice perspective, it's fascinating. I think it's about as good a one of these as you're going to find.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that jumped out at me when you were pitching the game and talking about it there is like you were talking about saving your friend, you might have to finger somebody. So in that aspect, you have that sounded worse than coming out of my mouth than I realized.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
Just don't think about it.
When I said it, so
I know, but
I'd better be a good friend.
But that to me, one of the things I love about a lot of games with narratives are moral dilemmas, because I believe there is black and white in the world in some degrees, but there's a lot of shades of gray. It sounds like the game also kind of gives you some good moral dilemmas to go, look, I trust this person because I know that I have a history, but I'm going to potentially have to, send someone to prison, to the gallows, to whatever it might be over this. And am I sure? Am I really this? I'm like, look, it's my friend. They're not going to do this thing, but can I live with it? Granted, it's a fictional story, but if you're like me who kind of gets involved, it's like, can I live with this making this choice in real life?
That's a huge part of it, because the choices you make in each chapter, they do reverberate in the future chapters. Mm-hmm. Characters who cared about the person who goes down for this are going to be impacted by it. Like, the fact that they're missing and the other people are still here, it has an impact on the story, definitely. And this is a slight spoiler, although it's from outside the game. From my understanding, there is no true choice. Like, some people that won't like that, actually. Some players will bother them. They can't, they can find a lot of reason to doubt different characters. There's no absolute definitive canon, this is the person who did it. Maybe the writers had their own idea, maybe they didn't. There's no one that you can find a proof of this person definitely did it. So it does kind of come down to making a moral choice of what are you comfortable with.
I'll just say... Oh, go ahead, Heather.
I was going to say, because I also played this, Andrew sold it to me, and I'm so glad, because this is going to make me reshuffle. Like, this is probably one of my top games that I've ever played for so many reasons. And alongside what you're saying with the moral choice, sometimes, and they say this in the first murder, sometimes they, yes, you should do justice in the sense that you should find somebody's murderer, but also maybe it's not a bad thing that this man is gone. Like, and you kind of do that in the second one, for me at least. The choice I made, I went, the person that I chose was having a direct impact on some of the suffering of certain people that I cared about. If I finger him for the murder, maybe some consequences will be or lifted in the future. Like, maybe this will have a good effect. So, like, even if I don't know if this person actually did the thing, it's kind of going to make things better if he stops existing.
It's those shades of gray that I like. And I know we got to move on, but I just want to say one thing super fast because I do want to touch upon the in the aspect of possibly not having a definitive answer for who it is. For me personally, I can see how some people that might bother them, but I think that's okay as long as the journey, and honestly, there was a point behind it. It's different than, say, for example, one of my hated tropes is, for example, in anime, the harem, because it has to be a harem and there cannot be a winner. That's stupid. The whole point of a story is to have growth and see people develop. If we're seeing people, the world, and everyone develop, you know what? I'm fine with maybe not having a definitive answer, because the whole thing is, in life, sometimes you don't have a definitive answer.
Yes.
It's the journey and the growth. And so I think that's actually that's a good decision then. And I think this is one of those ones that I will have to take a look at because it sounds fascinating.
Well, and the journey of life must continue.
No, I have to say one thing, and I know Andrew has one thing. Let me just say, this one deserves it. I'm sorry.
All right, go on. All right, we'll have to speed through the rest, though.
Hey, we went for 10 minutes on Dying Light 2. We can give it 2 more.
The creator of this game, he mastered in medieval history, I think it was. And so you will learn absolutely everything about 16th century Bavaria, down to what people ate. When you're trying to gather clues, you spend dinners with them. Like, the time will, tick forward. You'll spend dinners with these people. You'll eat the foods. If you hang out with the poor farmers, you're going to have, a situation where you're eating their bread and they don't have any. If you're eating with the rich baroness, the wife of the person who died, you're going to have quail and all these luxury foods. And the characters, all of them, there's no, even the main character is they're flawed, they're human, and you're going through their own turmoils. You can choose to share that with other people. You can connect with them. They'll share their turmoils. Maybe you are closed off and you don't get to learn a lot about people. It is so real. And this game is so important. Like, I think everyone needs to play it.
And for the record, the central mystery of the game, like the overarching mystery, does have an answer. You do figure that out in the end, yes. So don't think it's a game that never answers anything for you. Just the individual parts leave a lot open to your interpation.
Yes.
But there is an ending. It's satisfying.
Speaking of endings, we must move on, I'm afraid.
Go right
ahead. Yeah, speaking of endings, number 7, As Dusk Falls. So must dusk fall in discussion of Pentiment. So this was... this was inducted by Shane, but since he's not here, has anyone else played As Dusk Falls? John, my man, please.
I have, but I have not completed it, but I have got 3/4 of the way through it. Here's my As Dusk Falls experience in a nutshell. Myself, 6 friends in one room, all playing with our mobile phones and overriding us one another about the decisions that we have to make in terms of where we're taking the story. So it's almost like an FMV game, but like it's done in like a arty, like cartoony kind of style instead of like full motion.
Kind of a visual novel. Choose your own.
Yeah, it's a visual novel. Yeah. It's really well done, I think. But like, what I really liked about it is like that exact thing that I just mentioned. I've actually had 2 playthroughs, 2 incomplete playthroughs, one on my own and one with my friends. And the one with my friends was infinitely better because every decision point, like the 5 of us all like had different takes on what we should do. So like there's one example in the first chapter of the game where you've got to go burgle a house, right? And there's like different narrative choices about what to do with, like, say a dog, for instance, like who's guarding the house. Do you punch it in the face, or do you try and like train it or something like that? And like I can't play games as a bad person. right? I can't do it. I'm physically incapable of doing it.
I'm with you there.
And I just have to be nice with everything. So I wanted to coax the dog and train it. And like, I got overruled, right? Because like, that's the thing about this game, right? They overruled me. Like,
Your friends make you punch a dog?
Made me do it.
I hate
No
having
friends of
asshole
mine.
mates like that.
You need your friends.
Playing these kind of
Good
games.
people left in this world.
And it's
I hope you felt bad when you looked at your puppy.
Punch
John.
the
I know exactly. Like, I've got 2 dogs here, but it really like I really liked that whole dynamic as well, because we all debated it. Right, you get a bit of time before you make a decision, like 10 or 15 seconds. It's like, you know, do you punch the dog?
Oh,
do you,
okay.
go inside? Do you go inside the house? Like, punch the dog, go inside the house, punch the dog. Okay, we'll punch the dog, and then it turns out it's an absolute disaster anyway, because the dog gets off the lead and you get mauled. Like, but you still get inside the house anyway. But what's interesting is like, there are multiple decision points that have fundamental, like, kind of repercussions on the overall narrative of the story, right? So it's told like the titular, like, main character, you don't realize it's her at the start of the game, but she's much older, and she recounts like a serious event that happened in her life, which happens to be this, like, you find out very quickly in the first chapter, it's some sort of like hostage situation in a motel, and I won't recant the specific details of the hostage situation in a motel, but it has a profound impact on her life, and the decisions that you make influence like the situation that she finds herself in the future. I can't say any more than that without spoiling the specifics of the plot, but you are faced with like harrowing like choices that you have to make, life or death like situations. So, Benny was talking about consequences and like, morality and things like that. As Dust Falls is very heavy on this. It's a heavy game, and it weighs on you. And they explore like what I find fascinating about it is like there's in the first chapter there's 3 little shits like who I think I absolutely fucking hate. Like straight away I'm just like, oh my god, they are awful. Like I'm not gonna like these
I know
people.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then like it flips the story and you see things from their perspective and you empathize with their point of view. And it's like, god damn it, why have you done this to me? Why have you toyed with my emotions, this way? Why have you made me feel like, about them in this particular way?
To make you think.
Yeah, it does.
That's literally the answer, to make you think.
And like, but like, just going back to what I was saying about playing with friends, like playing on my own, like it really, it's kind of, it sounds stupid. I can only play games my way, right? But playing games with like 5 other people made me experience the game with 5 other people and experience the game in a very different way, and I don't think I've ever had that in a game. Like apart from like Football Manager, right? When I decided to play as like a persona, like in Football Manager, I decided to play as a fiery Spanish manager, or like Sam Allardyce, really stalwart, defensive manager. But I don't really do that generally speaking in games, and that really opened up a whole new dynamic in playing a game for me in a very social setting. So that was my take on As Dust Falls. I think it's a great game. I think it's very worthy of this place at number 7 on the list. It's also on Game Pass as well. So if you don't have it, definitely download it and play it. I need to finish it, and I shall do as soon as possible.
I just have one quick comment, and it's super fast. One of the things about that you think thing, the main thing I think that is super important now is, especially these days, sadly, with the way things are going on, people see things from one perspective and never try to flip it the other way to look from the other. So I think more and more games that do things like that are going to become more and more important, because sadly, we have these echo chambers like social media, etc., where, and I've seen this sadly this year, because it's been, honestly, 2022 personally has been a shit year with family issues and people dying, etc., and I've seen that. So any game that will actually make you sit down and think about maybe the other perspective and what that other side, that's a winner in my book. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And this game is certainly encourages you to think, like almost certainly. So yeah, that's my take.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it sounds good. Encouraging more empathy in the world.
And punching dogs. We have to encourage that too.
No, we don't.
Okay,
No,
on that
You're
on
fired.
that weirdly
Pet the dog, don't
ambivalent
pet the
note.
K-pop player does not condone punching dogs.
No.
Okay, right. On
No,
that
no,
weirdly
no.
ambivalent note, we move on to number 6, Xenoblade Chronicles.
And this is
Great.
where I
Francis.
hang my head in shame.
I have a history with Xenoblade. The first game, the Wii version, absolutely blew my mind. Hands down, over a decade later, it's still one of my favorite RPGs. I love storytelling, I love the voice acting, the combat. It's top notch. I wasn't crazy about 2. It got too convoluted with the menus and the skill system, and it kind of lost something in the process. It just wasn't as fun. In Xenoblade Chronicles X, it did nothing for me. The original game, you play as Shulk. He's a fantastic protagonist, but they swap you out as this lifeless avatar. The rest of your party does storytelling. And the game really lost something because of that to me.
Mhm.
So when Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was announced in February, with a summer release date, I was thinking to myself, this feels kind of short-fused. I really don't know if, we're going to see a great game like the original, if we're going to have another mediocre title. I know some people like to. I wasn't crazy about it. But I was really pleasantly surprised. I think Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is right there with the original in terms of just being this masterful adventure. They trimmed out so much of the fat. There's no longer any convoluted skill system. In fact, it's really cool because now the game actually features 19 heroes that you can meet, and they're all optional. Well, not all of them, but many of them. It just encourages you to explore the map, come into any quest that you can, because you might meet one of them who will offer you an entirely new job, which you can use their skill set for any member of your party, and they can all be trained with every single job. Just create this blah 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 blah. I swear, my head is somewhere else today. I'm just so fucking tired.
The alcohol speaking.
Yeah, I know. It's just got a lot on my mind with my kid downstairs, and we've been going for like 4 hours. But no, you have a lot of freedom into how you're tailoring your party. Like, what was it? Final Fantasy V that was like super party based or job
That
based.
was the one with the job
yeah.
system.
Yeah.
That was the job system.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
kind of similar to that, and I just found myself experimenting a lot more. It just kept me really engaged, and not think that jobs are the benefit. But each of these heroes is so well written that you really end up caring for them to the point where I felt bad taking them out of my party, even though I could have another character with their exact job, because I'd grown so attached to them. Yeah, Benny knows that feeling.
Yeah. Oh no, I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do you have more things,
No,
Brandon?
no. You were saying.
Oh, I was just going to say, this is one of those games. I kind of made the joke, like this is where I hang my head in shame because this is a series I should have played, especially with my history.
Right.
But it's one that I own the first one and I own the second one. I still have yet to actually play any of the games, and it's on my one of those things that's on my to-do list. But I remember when, like, kind of like you said, like earlier, where like we got the announcement of 3, I went, "Oh, this looks interesting. I wonder what the hell this is. This is Xenoblade 3? Okay, when's this? All right, we'll see this next year. This is in a couple of months.
Right.
Oh God, that might not." And it's one of those. I'll admit, I haven't heard a lot
Because
about
that was
it.
kind of what they did with Xenoblade X, and
And that was a disaster, sadly.
Yeah.
I will say it openly. Because I was writing for, I remember writing during that period about some of and seeing a lot of articles about even just the character creation mechanic, in particular, like how the Japanese version versus the Western version was different, is all I'll say. That game did not do well, and my biggest problem with it personally was the friggin' install. You had to have a hard drive to install on a week.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
It's like, that was a thing that I went off about, but it's one of those games, it's one of those series that I think has a lot of potential, and I don't always know if Nintendo knows what to do with it. And I'm glad to see that it sounds like that they're letting the developers be developers, because it sounds like that you had Xenoblade 1, X happened, and then they went, we have to hard correct to 2, because I remember when you were talking about the menuing in the battle system, I think a couple of years ago, and it was just like, wow, that's kind of sad. But it seems like they've let the developers just be developers and make a game that's a game.
Right.
So, I mean, it's one of those, once again, I need to sort of get into at some point, but it sounds fascinating. And honestly, I like the character designs. I like, from what I've heard, I'll say I didn't hear a lot about the game because unfortunately that was summer and my life was a bit of a mess during that time.
Right.
So I wasn't paying attention to like news stories, but I'm glad to see it on this list. I'm glad to see the series is still going strong. Andrew, do you have something you want to say just real fast?
I was just going to say, like, I like the first Xenoblade. I don't quite love it. In fact, of the original Operation Rainfall games, the last story was my favorite of the three. But in 2, really, really disliked, actually. The tonal change didn't work for me at all. Not a fan. Yet somehow Xenoblade 3 was, for a long time, it was very close to being my game of the year this year. And that's because they found the right tone again. The characters are fascinating. There are some brilliant story shifts. They managed to refine the gameplay in all the right ways, keeping what worked, exercising what didn't. If you get to Chapter 6, there's one of the best moments of the year in a video game. It's
oh my god! My wife and I cried. I'm not going to lie.
Unforgettable.
Oh wow!
It broke me a little bit.
Yeah.
In a way that only a few other moments this year did.
Am I going to have a Valkyria Chronicles moment, basically?
Oh, we bowled over that one too. Don't worry.
Oh god! Okay. All right. I know what I'm getting into now.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, you'll definitely be at that moment. And Kevin Chapman used to write for Hey Poor Player. We were playing at the same time, and he messaged me, "Fuck Chapter 6." Come with this.
He's not wrong, but it's a great game. Really, everyone should check it out if you like RPGs.
Who was your favorite of the optional heroes?
Honestly, I can't even pick one. I mean,
There's a lot.
That's
a
a
lot.
sign of a
There's so
good
many
story
good
and good characters.
honestly, the first lady you get, like the commander woman, I'm blanking on her name, but I love.
I
her.
used her fighting style the vast majority of the game for my.
She's great.
I could have been focusing on other jobs. I was just like, this is so good. She was a monster.
Well, I hate to be a horrible authoritarian, but we must move on to number 5, The Cruel King and the Great Hero.
So
Okay.
I'm actually
Yep,
really pleased. Oh, I was going to say, I'm just going to take it away since I know we're trying to run out of time. But I'm actually really pleased that this not only was able to make it on the list, but make it as high as it did. I'm actually kind of shocked. But it kind of just goes to show you, like, some of these, like, games that end up being sleeper hits, like, still get, you know, they still get played, even if they don't always get played down the line. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with, do we say Nice? Like Nice America? Or
Nice.
Nippon Ichi Software America. Yeah,
I
I've
just don't know
heard.
how to say. I've always ever read it, you know. But
You can either say NIS America or NISA is what we always call it.
NISA. Okay, NISA is close to what I've been saying. So they made a game in, I think it was 2019, called
The Black Prince and the Liar Princess.
exactly. If you look on
I
eBay
love that
right now,
game.
go ahead and look on eBay right now for the Switch prices on that. That is a $500 game.
Are you serious?
I believe it. I believe it.
It is a great game. I bought I bought this title that you were talking about just because I love
Yes.
the Liar Prince.
Yes,
That
but
was such a good game, and I saw where the art style was the same. I'm like, okay, if this is anything like the last game, this is going to be good.
yes. The thing is, though, is that it's not like the last game because the last
What
game
sort of change are we talking?
So it's complete genre change.
Okay.
It's you're no longer doing a platforming kind of, you know, 2D side scrolling puzzle-ish kind of thing, but the heart is absolutely still there. So they didn't change anything past that. But it is a different game. This is a JRPG. So I kind of jokingly call it baby's first JRPG, actually, because it is very aged down in terms of the main character, in terms of the storybook art style, in terms of the simplistic mechanics. But the thing is that's what actually makes it shine. It is a turn-based JRPG, which I know, you know, in this day and age is kind of like a weird sell. Like some people, you know, like, oh, you know, they only did that back in the day because of the limitations. Now we can actually have action. And it's like, I love turn-based JRPGs. I mean, my favorite game of all time is a turn-based JRPG. So
RPGs still use it. They've been using it for years, and they're still using it.
Right. But like, and I love it, but it's, you know, it's a weird conversation these days to see people think that there's no place for them anymore. But regardless, instead of trying to introduce some weird or convoluted mechanic, they just went, you know what, we're just going to pare it down, make it a very simple kind of combat style.
Clean it up.
Really lent to the protagonist. She's like a 10-year-old girl at most, right? And so it's a simple game with a simple protagonist. And her only goal is to become a great hero like her dad, which is weird because her dad is a dragon. But she's like, no, my father. And it turns out her father's in heaven. He passed. And the dragon dad tells this bedtime story every single night about her father, how he was a great hero. And she's like, I want to be like him when I grow up. So she goes on an adventure, but the dragon dad is kind of following her to make sure she's okay. And she'll do this move called flame sword. And she'll pull out her sword. And the dragon dad will blow fire onto it. And so that way it will actually turn into flame. And she believes that she's doing this. And that's what's so fucking adorable about this game is her heart is gold. And so when you do these fetch quests where you're like, I'm going to help some of the monsters in the village, you're helping them because you are a 10-year-old child who wants to be a hero. And your dad said that heroes help people. And so you're out there helping people. You're going to find this meal for this monster because he wants it. But then later on you're learning this monster wants it because he's dying. He's on his deathbed and he's trying to eat some stuff before he passes. And you're like, you only learn that later, but through your lens, and the 10-year-old never learns this. And you're just like, oh my gosh. And it's
so precocious.
Yeah, you're so many more things where you're helping these people, and you realize as an adult that they got big problems, but as a child, you're like, yay, I helped them. And it's so sweet. But then it takes a turn, it does get deeper, it does get darker, and she learns a really hard kind of lesson, and you're just like, how is my child going to react to this? At that point, you're like, this is my little child, it's my girl. How is she going to handle this? And you just want nothing but to protect her. And you see why the dragon dad is following her around and trying to help. And at the end of it, the title screen comes up and I see why they chose what they chose on it. And I just kind of, I just cried. And I was just like, my precious girl. And it just, that heart and that charm just was so sweet. And there are just not enough games like that. So if you see it, grab it. It won't be around much longer. To be able to just buy. I have 3 copies of it actually.
Wow, how do you manage that?
The limited edition for about $100. In fact, I don't even think I spent that much on it. It's pretty cheap, and it's worth it because that art style is killer. It sells itself on storybook aesthetic. Right. And that was the first thing that I noticed when they announced this, because I'm like, oh, I know who made this and I know I'm gonna like it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say this real fast because I've not played the game, but pro tip, if you're looking for physical NISA titles, look at where they go to conventions. A lot of times they will bring leftover stock to their booths. It sells out quick, but it's your best bet. I got, for example, Neptunia Producing Perfection almost a year afterwards at their booth because they had some copies left.
And check Amazon too. Amazon is a really good place where NISA titles and other, not super big JRPG or limited edition games go to, but Amazon has a good amount of them that just kind of pop up.
I would say right now, NISA is where Atlas kind of was maybe a generation or two ago, in that all the games are very good, but they're also really hard to find as time goes on, so they do become collector pieces. So
and they're not advertised. They're not as advertised. Unless you're subscribed to the newsletter, you really won't hear about a lot of these. Yomawari, Night Alone, Natalni, shit like that just vanishes. Unless you are keeping a keen eye on it, it will vanish.
I know we need to move on, but I just really fast because it does tie into games like this. When it comes especially to NISA, that aspect, this is one of those games that was developed. I was looking on the phone while we were talking. Is developed internally by NISA or NIS technically in Japan. A lot of their internally developed games, they're going through a bit of a renaissance, and it's weird because Disgaea is their main claim to fame. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of the stuff that they're also doing too is being pushed by NIS America because it's a larger market out here than is Japan, but Japan always has to kind of be involved in that situation. So kind of like Atlas went through that transformation where they went from, hey, we're Japanese focused, but we're trying to also make games that appeal to everyone that keeps that Japanese aspect. NISA's going through that transformation, and if you're not familiar with them, hell, if you're familiar with IFI, Idea Factory International and Neptunia, they were the people who did the localization for the Neptunia games before IFI was a thing, and many of the people from IFI came from NISA. So NISA is an established house. They publish a lot of really good games. They develop a lot of good games. And definitely, if your JRPGs and niche titles are in your wheelhouse, give this a look. And John.
Right, well, that's a good segue, because moving on from talking about big established publishers and developers, let's move on to a one-man development studio. And his game, number 4, it's Cultic. Now,
I'll raise my glass to that.
Just to give a little bit of behind the scenes.
Sell me on this because I want to try it.
Oh, I'm going to sell you on it and a bit more. So, just to go behind the scenes here, our voting system this year was on a preferential basis, which means your best game got number 1. And,
you can rig it as you like it.
It's not rig, it's PR, preferential voting. I know you're used to first past the post, John.
Okay. I would have put sisters versus sisters on that, so we couldn't rig this, okay?
Okay,
Don't tease me with that, Betty. Don't tease me with it.
So we know that John's now hardcore first past the post, so... but preferentially... both myself and Francis actually gave this game our first preference each, so it was our favourite game of the year. Now that's quite an achievement. That's the first game on this list to achieve that. And Cultic just it's come out of nowhere. It's a one-man passion project. So anyone remember, other than Francis, remember a little game called Blood in the 90s? Okay, so it's this...
It rings a bell.
It rings a good... That's a good start.
It rings a bell.
So it's sort of starring this sort of demonic acolyte who comes back from the dead to sort of get revenge on those who've wronged him, and he's shooting people with flamethrowers and stabbing people with pitchforks and making one-liners the whole way. Now, Cultic is like a homage to this game, but it's much, much darker, much more serious, much more atmospheric, and it's like you just start off, you're not 100% sure who you even are, but you're kind of wandering through this world, you're picking up little scraps, little notes, and along the way you are picking up kind of the most satisfying guns you will ever have in a video game.
That rifle, oh my god.
Yeah, the way just the old-fashioned pistols just go chunk, and the shotguns are going funk, funk, funk. Yeah, they feel sturdy and rough and old and reliable and deadly and dangerous. And the dynamite too, Francis, you'll back me up on this. Yeah. The dynamite, it feels that you respect its power,
Especially when you forget you may have lit it because of the way they implement the whole lighter feature. And next thing you know, you're blowing yourself up.
So what you do, in one hand, you've got the lighter, which you use to kind of like give yourself a bit of light when you're moving through dark passages. And you've got the dynamite in the other, so you have to kind of light it, and then it's kind of going down, and then you have to throw it at just the right time.
It's not an elegant process, but it's very satisfying when it works.
It's very satisfying when it works.
Boomer shooter.
It's a boomer shooter, absolutely, but it's like an evolution of the boomer shooter, because it's not just like let's.
It has some modern conventions too.
Yeah, it's not just let's harken back to these 90s games. It's like let's evolve them. So not only do you have these satisfying weapons, you can upgrade them. You can add like a sight to your rifle. You can add a stock to your machine gun. And it's just
running, slide, all those mobility.
Is it within the realm of reality, or is it like do you start getting spectacular stuff like plasma guns and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, it's not in terms of weapons so much, but in terms of what you'll encounter. It's just as you go at first, it's sort of strange, weird cultists and cultist soldiers. Then it starts getting onto monsters, and the monsters start getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
Like there's creatures you discover when you fall down the hole into that pit full of corpses, and you're maneuvering through them in the dark. And I think they're blind. I don't know what to make of these things.
Yeah.
Oh my
But
god,
that's the
terrifying.
thing. That's what's so great about it. You have no idea what these creatures are. You don't know where they're from.
They gave me serious Pan's Labyrinth eye dude vibes in like the worst way, and oh my god, I hated it.
It's just
Okay, you definitely have my interest. I want to try this now.
It feels like a descent into the heart of darkness.
Yes.
Like, you don't you don't know this character's history. You're just sort of slowly finding out about the world just from what scraps you can find.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels so strange and mysterious. It feels like it's just really you're going into the heart of the darkness. You're going literally into the belly of the beast in this game. And
tutorial, no information. You're just going in blind to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
John, does this actually use the build engine, or is it like fan made?
I think it might be a Doom mod, but anyway, the important thing is it's one man.
Right.
Not only is the game like that feeling of one man against the world, the developers like one man against the world. He did the art, the sound effects, the programming, just everything.
So he's Zune.
And, if it came out in 1997, and I know that's a weird sell, and we're talking about Game of the Year for 2022, but had that come out like 97, been surefire hit Game of the Year, PC Game of the Year.
Absolutely. And
for a one-man project, this is something a considerable team would have worked on back then, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, and it's like there's only one line of coherent English dialogue spoken in the whole game. But when you hear it, France, it's amazing. Like, you've just gone through the whole you've gone through the entire game. It's a slight spoiler here, but you've gone through the whole game just to meet one person you could talk to, and he says one thing to you. And it's just...
It's this campaign.
Yeah.
That's my next question. How long are we talking for a runtime for this thing?
I'd say, like...
now, this is going to be episodic, so...
It is episodic.
Okay.
I'd say it was about, 6 hours?
Yeah, that's what you said, 6 hours.
Yeah, it's about 6 hours. It's about 6 hours, but this is the first game of an episode. And it's just like...
Okay.
As soon as I finished, I immediately wanted to play it again.
And John, when I pitched it to him, he was hemming. Like, I didn't really...
Yeah, it's like...
You beat it in a couple of days, you're like, that was fantastic.
Yeah, it's like John was talking earlier about how he gets kind of tired of open world games where you're running down this list. Like, this is the antithesis of that. You are not running down a list. You are going into the heart of hell itself. and this is just the start. You're going to go even deeper in the next few games. And I'm just so excited for the next chapter. I really am.
All right, well, you sold me on it. Yeah. I'm probably going to pick this up. How much was it when you guys picked it up?
We got review copies.
Well, yeah, they gave it to us free, but I don't think it's too.
If you haven't played it, I also say pick up Blood while you're at it. Just go for the whole shebang.
Yeah. I just looked it up. It's $10. It's not on the Steam winter sale, but $10 is $10. That's really cheap.
Not bad.
Yeah,
$10. So pick it out.
So yeah, John and Pernell are going to try and sell you on the whole Souls-like thing. Me and Francis are going to try to make you into boomer shooters. Okay?
I love this genre. In fact, I just got done this year playing Forgive Me, Father, and it was a fucking good game.
I want to try that one.
Which one?
Yeah.
Forgive Me, Father.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is a friggin' good boomer shooter. I love a good boomer shooter, and we guys give me Nightmare Week.
They're called boomer shooters. They're.
I know, it feels very
it's fun. Technically, it's more kind of old millennial Gen Xer shooters, but
millennial shooter.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I know.
But it's just
that's the funny thing. It's the boomers that tell you to stop playing. It's like, why are you playing that horrible, violent game? What's wrong with you?
Because it's fun, damn it.
It's fun,
Dad.
Oh, come on.
Look, I'll just say in the aspect of just like from a technical standpoint, look, if you think one person can't make a damn game, no. Like I made the joke earlier, basically, Cory got it. Zune, the guy who created Toe Project, is one damn dude. You can make a game as one person.
There's been a lot of games I reviewed that have been done by one person, and I always give respect to that because I've done game dev, and it's not easy.
Yeah,
it is not easy at all.
Development, and I'll tell you that it's fucking hard.
Actually, I have a small anecdote about a solo game developer actually, and what I met one this year at Gamescom. It really interested me, and I interviewed him, and I asked him why, what inspired you? Because it's Midnight Fight Express, by the way, the game that I went to go see that kind of blew up on the Humble bundle thing, and I said to him what kind of inspired you to create this game, and why did you decide to go it alone? And he just said this is honestly what he said verbatim. He said, I don't know, I was bored during COVID. I've never had any experience creating a game, and I really wanted to do it. So I just went and did it. And he created Midnight Fight Express.
That's a good reason, though. I mean, Zune only created Toho because there wasn't anything else on the market that he liked. So why
That's
not?
why my boss is actually he's a solo indie dev. He made the game that I ended up working on. Like, it was released, he released by itself, and he made it because he's like, well, the game I wanted to play wasn't available, and so that's why he made the game.
So I read an interview with the developer of Cultic, the one-man hero, and he said I didn't really have any experience with art before, but I found I just started drawing, and I found a style that worked for me. And
that's surprising because the guns look so good.
I know. It's like every great skill anyone has, you got to start from nothing, basically. Yeah, and that's what this guy's done. And he's managed to kind of make these monsters that look and sound terrifying.
Literally, hair on the back of my neck was standing up.
Yeah,
from this looking
there
game.
is a monster this mouth monster. Its face just yawns open.
Yes.
Scares
okay, sounds fun. I gotta try this.
Yeah.
No, the reason I was. Go ahead.
Sorry, a final segue, because I know we have to move on, is I was flicking through the Steam page here. It obviously gave me a lot of vibes from old school Doom, I guess Duke Nukem and things like that in terms of the aesthetic. It also gave me a bit of a vibe of Zero Tolerance, a Genesis game that I know that me and Frank absolutely love. And I think that would be a nice discussion for the next podcast at some point, because that game certainly needs a sequel. It deserves a sequel.
Well,
Boomer shooters on the rise. Keep them coming.
Coming back. We're back. Okay. Right. So, moving on from Cultic to Catic.
Oh, God.
So I'm flagging.
I have a point.
That was a catastrophic.
A perfect pun.
So, right.
Keep them coming, people.
Catastrophes aside,
that was a perfectly feline pun, John.
Yeah, you're just ripping off Cory now. Come on, you boomer shooter. Okay,
I'm waiting for him to finish because I'm going to interrupt this in a minute.
Okay, all right. Well,
Could you please continue?
Let me get it out. So, number 3, it's Stray. You're going to interrupt me now. Yes, so it was inducted by Henry, who's not here. Who else has played Stray?
Okay, hold on. Before they start, because I want to interrupt, because this is one of those games. No, it goes into it. I'm going to lead into this. I am tired, personally, of hearing of this damn game and everyone going, oh, I need to play this, but it's only a PS5 exclusive. You can only play it on this, on that, and whatnot. So here's my thing. Or at least you can't play it on the Xbox, so fine, I'll go with that. Why is this game so awesome? Why do
you get to play as a freaking cat?
Right. But much like some other games we have gone, it's hit a zeitgeist that basically everyone is like, ooh, it affects me this way, it affects me this way. Sell me on this game, because I have been purposely holding off on playing it because I want you all to tell me why I must be.
They built a very interesting world while you play as a character that you normally never get to experience life as a cat. You go around doing cat stuff in a world of sci-fi-esque fantasy. It is a well-designed world in the future, and you get to do it as a creature that is known for causing havoc.
Okay.
Have I sold it?
That's such a highbrow response, right? I like the game because you press a button and you meow. You press another button, you hiss. Like, you press another button and you get to scratch yourself. Like, I get to play as a cat. And what?
All right, so we've had the highbrow and the lowbrow. Is the middle brow around here anywhere?
Yeah, I loved the cat stuff. I loved that you got to be a cat and do cat things. And you got to rub up against people, and
Knock pots off.
It really does a great job of role playing as a cat, and I think they created an interesting world. For me, the actual quest kind of was a little one-dimensional. Honestly, this is a game that I enjoyed well enough while playing it, and I kind of entirely forgot about 5 minutes after.
You said it was like painfully easy, right?
Yeah, I found it super easy, and the times it tried to be a little more gamey, I thought were the worst parts of the game. I don't know. Like, I liked the game. I didn't love the game. I don't know. I do think being the cat is the best thing about the game.
So you would say our number 3 game isn't the Cat's Meow?
Oh!
It's not my favorite. But I did enjoy it. I think it's a good game. I just,
It's less as a game and more as like an experience. And that's going to sound cliche as shit, but it does upright closer to an experience.
I'll say, I can kind of, the way you guys described it, I can go with it. But Heather, I know when I was going on my rant, you were kind of going like, wait, what's going on? Did you have a thought on any of this? Or like,
Is Benny finally come mad? What's happened?
The thing is here's what I've heard about this is a little bit similar, is it's like, if you were to play as any other kind of character, let's just say you're just a dude. You're not a guy, you're not a cat, you're a guy. This doesn't make, like, it's not a good game is what I had heard. But the thing is like, again, I don't want to say anything about a game I haven't played. I also, I am a self-professed, like, crazy cat lady. Like, I don't have any cats right now, but I have always had cats around in the past. So obviously I have the I am 8-bit, exclusive, like, collector's edition, God, of this game. So, like, I haven't played it yet, but it's been what I'm going to play. But I have heard, yes, the best thing about it is being a cat, not the game.
No, for
game's
me,
fine. I think the game's even good, but I don't think it's great. That's
To be fair, it wasn't a full price release either, correct?
Yeah, it was indie, lowbrow. I think the only reason it took off was because it debuted. Was it E3 that the first trailer came out at?
I thought it was the big PS5 competition of 20.
What was around E3 probably,
right? Because you get to play as a cat, and that's it. There's nothing deeper.
Yeah,
there you go.
Games, I mean, people say it's like not good as a game, but I mean, it's good as an experience. But I mean, games are experiences, aren't they?
Here's my thing. I'll say, from the person who's been like putting this off on purpose because of the fact that, I'll get to that in a second. It sounds fun, and even it's like you're all talking about it. It sounds like the idea is like, I get to be cat. I want to be cat. I will be cat. And it's like, okay, I got the idea. Like, it sounds like almost in the aspect of Entitled Goose Game, which is a game I've never played, but I've seen some playthrough stuff. You get to be a goose. You get to honk. You get to do fun things, and that idea is cool. The reason I went on
more,
but the reason I went on the rant is because every damn friggin' piece of news media I have seen about this game has been, it's not an Xbox. It can't come to Xbox. There's some kind of exclusivity deal. It's this. It's that. And look, I am one of these people who I am an Xbox person more than the place. My Series X is right here, okay? It's connected to this TV I'm currently on.
Somebody mentioned a Mickey Mantle rookie card, because I'm sure Benny's going to pull one out.
No,
he always has everything conveniently right outside the game.
It's like a hat, and it's like literally shit he pulls out of it constantly.
But it's like,
fucking clown.
My problem I just have is that, like, people have gone so far away from the narrative of, is this a good game or whatnot, to the exclusivity thing. And so I just wanted to at least get a record from everyone to go, is this a game worth playing, or is it just a bunch of hype because people are just like, no, it's not on this. And it sounds like more in the aspect of, it's at least a game worth trying out, and if you can, giving it a shot, because it seems like it is a fun type of title.
How many games do you know where you get to play as a cat, as a lead character?
Yeah.
Well, technically this one, but that's about it.
I think that sounds
How have
fine
you
and
got that
dandy.
behind you?
Hang on a minute.
He's
What about
prepared.
all the license? There must be like licensed Garfield games. and
Calico.
stuff.
Wow, there's
Calico
cat
is
running
a
1 and
cat
2.
running a
All right,
Felix the cat on the Nintendo was
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah, okay.
Heathcliff. Anyone remember Heathcliff, or am I just old?
No one should.
No
He
one
knows
should.
Terrorize the neighborhood.
I mean, there's cat lateral damage.
I was more of a riff rat man myself.
That's nice.
That's a good game. See,
So-
cats are amusing creatures. You know
Yes.
what to expect out of them. They're little agents of chaos. You love them, they're furry, and you love to watch them do stuff. And then when you get to go do the stuff as
You've
the
never
cat,
seen my 5 cats at 3 a.m. You don't love to watch them do stuff all the time.
you watch them take a nice healthy crap and get the zoomies for 2 hours, and you wonder why there's a stampede of elephants in your basement.
The meow in this game got my cat's attention, and almost nothing on a TV ever does that. So
Yeah.
See, a lot of
No,
these
it's
games.
a novelty game that people want to take seriously. I think it is a really immersive experience because it is something different. It's experiencing a fantasy world in an aspect we don't get to enjoy very often.
There
I
we
think
go.
that's what people draw
I think-
to. What draws people is the novelty.
And I
Yeah.
think sometimes, you just need to take something at face value and not get too hung
Right
up
off.
on what it exactly is. Just enjoy it and embrace it. You get to be a cat. It's great.
I love the
Go.
duality of Cory and John's answers here. just approaching it at the
I
simplest
feel like we're on the
level,
same page, but in different
yeah.
ways.
Yeah, exactly. You're basically saying the same thing, but just in a different way. It's fascinating. Yeah.
I mean,
I
want to
give this
address why people
conversation
love this
like
game.
5 out of 5. Good stuff.
I'm sorry for derailing this, but it's just like I needed
Well,
to get off
no,
my
you're the catalyst, Benny. You're the catalyst. Oh no! He accidentally made a pun. I made a pun. Catalyst.
I feel like all of us.
That joke broke my brain and left
It
me
was an accident.
catatonic.
I swear, I didn't mean it.
Getting quite catty.
Oh, it's maybe Oh
Fantastic.
dear.
See, just look at the
There's a second-
conversation this game made. Everybody's laughing and having fun. Why shouldn't this be on Game of the Year list? Everyone's laughing and having fun.
The best part about this
Take
for me,
that, Benny.
there's not one cat, but there's 2 cats on this couch. Find the second one.
Your name is Cory. and This is your TED Talk. Thank you for coming.
Well, we move on from Old Man Benny to Old Man Kratos with number 2, God of War Ragnarok.
yay!
This was
not
inducted by
rewrote
Cory.
my. I have not
Isn't this
rewrote
like-
my top
Isn't
10
this
list.
that game that did the one thing with the one thing, and it was about the one thing?
Yeah.
You're right.
He's already on page. He's already on page. No, it's been a long time since I've had to rewrite my top 10 list, but this game finally made me do it. It was fucking phenomenal. I remember when I first grew up on my PS2, seeing Kratos as this just unholy ball of rage. This was the game you played when you wanted the catharsis of slaying something bigger than you.
No,
And now here we are. The reboot Santa Monica did completely blew people away because they couldn't even tell if it was a reboot or not. It was so cleverly hidden.
Mhm.
And then you take this game that took a complete rewrite of a series, which is not an easy thing to do, I might add, and then make the formula even better. The character writing for this is one of only 4 games that has ever brought me to tears. It was so well written, and some of the plot points just hit so hard, like a sledgehammer to the heart. It really is a testament of how far character development can be pushed when in the right hands, and by God, Santa Monica set the bar high with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredibly well done from a storytelling perspective. The way it builds, not just on the series, but on the last game as well. The way the relationship between Kratos and Atreus, son, evolves and takes on new shading. With Atreus, in the first game, was mostly content to follow along with his dad, and here he's very much stepping out into the world and becoming his own person, and
He's a trailblazer.
having to see that he can't.
It's a coming of age story, isn't it?
He can't just
You know?
trust his dad to solve everything. He's going to have to create his own path, and I think it's really well done. I love the way it portrays Norse mythology and the way it takes it
It takes familiar shapes, but it changes it. It makes its own story with those building blocks.
Wait, for example, Odin here, who's played by Richard Schiff from The West Wing, if you've ever watched
well done.
that. He's fantastic in that he's unlike any version of Odin I've ever seen in media, and yet he feels perfect as well at the same time. Totally well done. I think the storytelling is fantastic.
Yeah. I especially enjoyed the focus on protagonists. Like they had the whole dual protagonist thing going on. You didn't really experience much of that in the first one, but you had in this one very much initially a focus on Kratos, but then like Cory was saying, Atreus, Loki, whatever you want to call him, is stepping out and striking out on his own. And I really enjoyed that. Focus on each of them and exploring both their paths and their radically different views of the world as well, and slowly watching Kratos change.
That was the big thing. I think that was the biggest thing, was people wanting to watch him break his hard shell and finally give in and say, I'm proud of you. And that is just something that warms your heart like no other, because again, this was a ball of hate and rage that is now a perfectly suitable father figure that I don't think anyone could have expected out of Kratos. And yet it worked itself so fluently in the hands of Atreus, helping guide him to being a good parent.
I will say, as much as I enjoyed the story, and I enjoyed the game a lot, I gave it a really good review. I really loved this game. I might be the only one. I think it's better than the last one, than 2018 in almost every way. Yet I think I like 2018 a little bit more because I think it's more focused.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't feel like that's wrong. I don't feel like that's wrong at all, and I feel like there are some things that the previous game did in terms of its atmosphere and its build-up. People really like the build-up.
For me, it comes down more to focus a little bit. As good as it is, I think, like I said, I think almost everything is improved, and yet, for example, as fun, as cool as it is that now you get to check out, go off with Atreus and check out unique things. Now I have two combat styles I have to learn, two different characters I have to learn, and I have to switch back and forth and adjust to. There's a weapon. There's a weapon that you get late in the first game that is great in how it's introduced in 2018, but at the same time, I loved the axe. The axe is my favorite thing. And you got to play through 2018 mostly with the axe. Now, because you have those from the start here, you're required to switch back and forth a lot, which, hey, is great variety, and a lot of people are going to love that. For me, I kind of just want to use the axe a lot of times.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Preferred playstyles is the reason why they level a sense of versatility sometimes.
Yeah.
I wanted to also follow up on a comment you had, Andrew, about it being focused. So more about the narrative as well. There's a lot of praise that should be given for how emotive and how it moves you, like Cory was saying earlier. But I do think that narratively they made some missteps in terms of I think there's whole sections of the game they probably could have cut out. I kind of feel especially the mid tier chapters I guess 9 to 13. It kind of we don't need that in the game really, to be honest. I think him going to Asgard was essential to understand his motivations and everything like that. But I felt like it slowed down kind of unnecessarily, in my view, and there could have been elements of
trying to fit in the 9 realms. I think helped impact how its pacing felt, because some of these places, for example, I went to Muspelheim, and it's I understand why it's here, but I don't feel like it contributes too much that I feel like I'd miss out on if it wasn't even there at all. And that's not a bad thing. I don't mind having options to do it, but I can get what you mean by it slowed things down a little bit. It's why are we here again? I don't remember really why we need to be here.
It's not so much that, it's they put the brakes on the existential nature of the plot, in the sense that I can't really say much without spoiling it, but it felt at one point in the mid game we were accelerating to a key kind of plot point within the game, especially with Atreus going to Asgard and that whole dynamic there, and then they immediately slam the brakes on there and they kind of meander around a little bit, doing a little bit more exploration, and it's
yeah.
I'm not
sure.
No,
I didn't want that. I want to stay with this. This is the interest.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave that.
It's exactly it. It's exactly it. I wanted to get to the core of like the existential part of the plot, and instead I'm here hunting down beasts in the elf realm, floating jellyfish.
Yeah.
And I get what you're going at. It's a shame that it kind of has to feel like that, because at the end of the day, that's a sign of good storytelling. It's so interesting, you don't want to leave it. So it kind of feels like a double-edged sword in a way.
Other parts, I feel like they kind of rush through while they're slowing those down. Like, your whole conflict with Freya, I feel like resolves itself a little too easy.
A little too quick.
Like, I feel like she spent 7 years since the first game or something like that.
And
holding
she
this grudge.
was mad.
You went with her the first time.
Reasonably so.
Yeah. I'm never forgiving this, and then she very, very quickly forgives it.
Yeah, you go off and slay a Nidhogg, and it's like, all right.
I feel like there should have been more build-up, more foreshadowing to it instead of how quick it was.
There's issues here and there. It's not, the pacing isn't perfect, but there's so many great moments throughout the game, and there are.
The twist threw me for a loop. I'm not gonna lie. When I got to the end of that, I'm like, this actually threw shit at me that I see foreshadowing now that I'm playing through it again. But holy crap, I did not see a lot of this coming.
So, I've got two, if we have a couple of moments, I have two things I want to bring up as an outsider. So the first is kind of that aspect of how this might be a better game, but you might prefer the original. Look, as an Opportunity player, I prefer Mark II over Rebirth 2, for example, even though Rebirth 2 technically is a better game.
Thank you.
It's just one of those things that there's nothing wroong with that. Something I wrote recently this year for Shantae, actually very recently for Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, and I talked about that, for example, in the idea of just because you like a game doesn't make it technically, from an objective standpoint, good. But at the same time, what you enjoy is more important, I think. But the second thing is, this goes into the outsider perspective. I've never played a God of War game. I have no interest in playing God of War because I just don't know something that interests me. But the story, the characters, and the lore is something that honestly I found absolutely fascinating to the point where I've kind of tried to follow it through cliff notes here and there, and that's why I have a little bit of familiarity with the plot line of this game. And one of the things I wanted to bring up was, number one, people were so excited for this game that when they kept getting delayed and whatnot, and this is unfortunate, but I have a point with this, the developers were getting death threats. And one, when your series can do that, that means you've definitely done something right in the aspect of you touch people. But this is the second half of that aspect. Not quite, but I was like, to those of you who did that, go screw yourselves, turn off this podcast. We don't want you here. I don't want you here. Because you're not gamers. You're assholes. But the developers did pay off with the delays, with everything from what I've read, even some of the plot lines, like I said, some of the twists. I think I know what you're talking about, Corey, with the twist of what it might be. But it's like, reading through just like the cliff notes of this plot, I'm like, yeah, I see, having not played the game, I see Kratos where he started and where he is now and going, holy crap, that is character development.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen bits of the older games here and there where, Kratos is, having sex with some woman off screen and, the screen shaking and it's clearly played for laughs, or he's just murdering someone with no remorse. And
the first two games were Kratos in his college days.
Yeah, I guess so. It just sounds, the way you're talking, it's just I think that's really cool, just over the games, making a character, just building a character out from such a small shell.
Yes.
This isn't like a JRPG. It's not like a fucking 100-hour epic or anything like that. It's really, I'd say, 30 to 40 hours? Probably about that. The main campaign.
You could beat the main quest in 25 or so, 2025, if you're not doing a ton of side content. But yeah, most players I think will probably be more around 30 give or take.
To make characters that potent in such a short period is not something you just do. No. That is a feat.
Last of Us did it in 10 hours.
Yeah. Total credit to the voice cast too, who are just phenomenal throughout. The whole voice cast is just fantastic.
Spot on.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm pretty sold. I'd rather have a short, good story game than a game that's 100 hours and totally aimless checklist.
Aimless, definitely no. Aimless, no. If you have a good story, there's a point to it. But one of the other things I wanted to bring up, what's interesting about you're talking about how, for example, they're talking about the characters and whatnot in the lore. I remember reading when I was doing my research, there's a lot of controversy about Thor and the way he looks. Well, if you do a little bit of research, there's some good reasons why he kind of looks that way. I'll just say it this way. Fat keeps you warm, and fat actually helps the body good in certain aspects. But B, then you go into actually shit that's going on in the story, and you go, oh. And the fact that this guy can still kick ass. Look, the developers did their damn research, just like Atlas with SMT. They know, pardon me for putting it this way, they know what they're fucking doing. Stop acting like you know more than that.
Chris Hemsworth got a little bit pudgy, but he could still throw. He could still throw lightning.
We'll
bolts.
say Thor was one of the more potent characters that showed up, and I did not realize what I was in for at the ending of the first game, but man, it followed through so well with his character writing.
Very well.
Glad to hear that. I'm honestly glad to hear that because of how much pressure was on that studio and everything. They asked, put your trust in us, and I think from everything I've seen, they absolutely delivered.
Yep, there's a reason why this was a very close fighter with Elden Ring. It did not earn as many awards as it did at the VGAs in less than a month. Like, it was up for less than a month and swept 5 awards from the VGAs.
Okay, but here's the thing: the VGAs are one thing, but that at the same time is not every publication. And I'm sure different publications will have different aspects of what they're right. But at the same time, look, you have God of War. It might be one of those things that's a well-known property. We'll go with that, But anyway, John, you feel like you got something to say.
I do have something to say. For as great and as strong and as now well-developed and nuanced as Kratos is, he is no match for our Game of the Year.
I wonder what it could be.
Oh, welcome back, Purnell. Okay. Whew. Right, so...
I was worried I wouldn't get here in time.
Well, good to have you here. So, as mighty as Kratos is, he is not as mighty as HPP Players 2022 Game of the Year. Number 1, it is inevitably Elden Ring. Damn, I missed it up. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that again.
One ring to rule them all.
Hang on. I'm gonna do it again. I'll do it again. Since we're doing this all out of order anyway.
I'm doing it again.
Hang on, I'll do it again.
Wait,
hang on.
I'll do it live.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Bill O'Reilly freak out in a moment.
It's Elden Ring.
Number one, it is inevitably Elden Ring. There we go.
He got it.
Okay. Right, okay.
There's no Elden Ring, but we'll make do.
Yeah.
I'm dying.
Funnily enough, there was also a game called Elden Ring who came out of nowhere.
Strong contender, but fell at the last hurdle.
They threw it in a volcano at the end. It's fine.
Right, well, this was inducted by John.
It most certainly was, John, and thank you for that. And I think this game has dominated the best part of about 4 or 5 months of my life in 2022, and I think it possibly might dominate other aspects of my life later on in my life, because effectively I think this game is probably one of the greatest games ever made. And like I look at like some of the previous inductees at the top of the HPP player list, that vied for the crystal joystick and eventually got it, like Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I think Elden Ring surpasses all of them, and I think there aren't enough superlatives in my vocabulary to describe how much I like this game. And I've often been wondering why that's the case and why it's been so beloved by so many people. And I wrote in my piece that maybe it was because of the collaboration between George Martin and Miyazaki. Maybe it's because it was the definitive version of a Souls-like game. Or maybe it was the fact that it gave people such freedom and choice to kind of do whatever they wanted. And I actually think, to be honest, it's actually just all three of those things, like, to be perfectly honest. It's just brilliant. You can go in there, you can really lose yourself in just the breadth and scale of the game. I sank about 350, 400 hours into the game over the course of last year, and I still don't think I've actually managed to experience everything. I've not managed to experience all the builds. There are dozens upon dozens of weapons and armor sets and spells and skills and all sorts of stuff that you can kind of imbue into it. And there's also all sorts of other things that you can kind of do, like the little tidbits of plots that are doled out as well in the weapons and so on and so forth. But I mean, I'm going to go back, a little bit earlier to, the comments about Sifu and the comments about, like, the sense that, like, learning by repetition and being pounded over and over again. Like, I actually kind of like that, and I think Elden Ring is, like, the ultimate distillation of, like, that ethos. It's a very selfish game. It's a game that it doesn't hold your hand in any stretch of the imagination at all. It just, like, it throws you in, and it kind of expects you to kind of figure it all out, on your own, and I love it. I can't say much more, but no.
I feel like one thing that I don't hear a lot of people say about Elden Ring, which I feel is a major aspect of what I loved about it, is that we live in a gaming society now where open world games are just the thing. Like, everyone's making them, everyone's doing them. And we already had a couple dialogues earlier where it was like, this game is great, but it's just so empty. It's just a bunch of space with a few checkpoints here and there. Elden Ring is probably one of, if not the first, open world exploration games I felt seemed like every bit of it was intentional. Yeah. Like, everything you find feels like it had a purpose in the world of which you are exploring. Even if you go into this crypt and you find a ring that in the scope of rings within the game is hot garbage, you almost don't care because you discovered a cool ring in a crypt. Yeah. I felt as though nothing I did was a waste of time. And I'm the kind of guy that will scope out every bush in a forest because this bush might have a special nut in it. Like, that's just the kind of guy I am when I play games, which is why you never want to watch me stream an open world game. We'll get nowhere together. But it just felt so grand to experience. And every single person you talked to that was playing this game was, despite the game being written to have scenarios in place, everyone's general experience flowed differently. No one had the same adventure. Up until, I guess, when they finally started cracking out, here's specific builds to play through the game with, this is the optimal route or whatever.
I kind of felt everyone felt the same about Millennia. The same, like, fucking hatred and hating themselves, and the waterfowl dance and the Scarlet Rot attacks. I mean, universally, like, everyone real fucking hated that. But I take your point, and what I wanted to circle back on is your comment about how it didn't feel empty. It felt like there was purpose to everything. And, like, I think that really goes back to, like, what I was trying to talk about with Cory earlier about, Horizon, which, like, Elden Ring didn't do. Like, it didn't put filler content in that game just for the sake of having filler content in that game. Everything was laser focused. Like, you talk about that ring in that, like, crypt that you found, but then it might be effective on another build, like maybe later on in the game or something like that. There was a specific purpose, and, like, each, like, dungeon that they kind of created, like, within the subworld of the open world, because that's how it works, right? It's like it's like I can't remember what they're called Russian dolls, but there's another name for them, and you Matryoshka dolls. You open one, and then there's another, like, one in there. And you keep doing it. And that's Elden Ring's, like, world design in a nutshell. Like, you peel one layer back, and it's like, oh, there's something else there with, like, something else cool to find. You pull that one back, and it's like, oh, holy shit, there's something really cool, kind of behind that. And everything was so, purposeful. Whereas I compare it to like Ubisoft games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla or Far Cry or maybe even Horizon. It's like check, and it never felt at any point.
There's not a single list in this game. No list.
No, and that's the thing I fucking love the most. Like, there's no lists. You just go and you do stuff, and like some of it is not going to quite go well for you sometimes, but that's okay because you'll figure it out eventually. You'll figure out a way to like beat, the giant light lizard, and there's a piece of lore, just before you fight the giant lizard that tells you the strategy you should use. Right, but you have to search for it. You really have to look heavily for that. That's only one of the very few examples where they do kind of give you a little bit of guidance. But everything's purposeful, and I think like you really like kind of nailed that bit there. I think, and how I feel about the game.
It's glorious, man. Like, I didn't get to put nearly as much time as you've described into it. But it's that game, like if everybody had to name a game that was like their carryover from 2022 that will continue into their 2023 gaming, antics or habits, Elden Ring will be there for me. And don't be surprised if it's like, what were your favorite games of 2023? I'm squeezing Elden Ring back in there because I got the experience the best. Yeah.
Well, there's been rumored, to be some DLC, but I think I've like managed to actually wrap up almost everything in the game, with all the side quests, but like there's still dialogue and bits of content that I've not quite experienced, and probably will go back and try and experience. There's different builds that I want to experiment with because I'm mainly main melee, like when I play a Souls-like game. But on my second playthrough, my New Game Plus, I started experimenting more with the Dark Moon Sword and like more spell casting, which I really, really enjoyed it. It just felt like, I don't know, like it really. This is the thing actually that really I thought was really important to call out as well is, unlike other Souls games where like it sometimes felt a little bit prohibitive, like you kind of like went straight into this build and carried this build like from like point A to point B. With Renala and like the larval tears, I felt like I could really like encourage you to experiment, and take different strategies in loads of different ways. And like some people might find that really overwhelming, with having so many options, but I actually felt really empowered by that this game was created as like one enormous sandbox, like with Souls mechanics in it. Go and have some fun with it. Like,
and there's one last thing I want to say about it too, aside from just infinite streams of love and adoration for the game, but that's forever. Is the fact that I remember back in January, the game wasn't out yet. It was still just kind of having a bit of buzz. There was a demo that came out, and my friend was already obsessively following it. I got him into Souls games after he rejected it for like a good multiple set of years. He didn't get into it until Dark Souls 3. And he was like, oh, man, Elden Ring is going to be the game of the year. I'm telling you, this game is amazing. And I was like, it just seems like another Souls game. I don't really think that's going to be all that great. It's going to be fun, I'm sure, but nothing to really, freak out about, nothing to get excited for, right? So the game comes out, and I bought it thinking I was going to get on a discount, but he bought it, and he was so excited to play it that I wanted to buy it to share the experience with him while he was playing it. And then I came away going, this is not just another Souls game. And I wanted to clarify that because a lot of people likely feel that way even now. I don't know why it's so popular. It's just another Souls game. It's really not. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that if you don't like Souls game, you should still play Elden Ring. Because
I think I called this out in like my piece of writing, like for the site, and it's like, how like GTA 3 like kind of like transcended like what like
provided the blueprint for future open world games, I think.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? I couldn't remember, but like, I think like this is that Souls-like game that has, talking about your friend who was excited about it, that has opened the floodgates, like, to mass appeal. I mean, you just need to look at the Steam reviews, right? Like the previous ones, like got like, several 100,000 reviews, but like nothing like the 750,000 like just reviews, and like I think they sell 20 million copies in 3 weeks of this particular title, which like I think like it dwarfed all the other Souls-like games in terms of sales over the past like 10 years or however long this subgenre of games have been out there. So I think you're right. It's that game that's like it's transcended what it actually is, and it's opened like a whole new avenue of like people that want to engage and play with that game. And like I said at the start, I think it's that collaboration with George Martin, the fact that like it's a big two fingers, or big middle finger, should I say, to conventional open world design, but then also as well, it's just a good game. There's nothing get scientific about it. It's just great.
And I guess I think you'd agree with me on this one point too. I don't know why I just keep thinking of things so I remember more than a couple people that bought the game and got really frustrated because they got to the Tree Sentinel and they just felt like they had to beat it. Like they would get their ass handed to them over and over again. And rather than just learn that they should not fight the Tree Sentinel, they treated it like any other game and said, I need to beat this thing before I move on. And that drove their frustration. I was like, just walk away. Leave it alone.
That's exactly how I felt during the open playtest. I got the beta, just before launch. And like the Tree Sentinel properly pissed me off because it's just like, why can I not, beat him? Like I've been playing Souls games for a friggin' decade, and it really wound me up actually. So I kept going back over and over again until I got him in the end.
Steeped your tea.
Yeah, it did. It did a little bit. Really did steep my tea. But like the solution again, you were right. It wasn't designed to be dealt with. Immediately. You wanted to go level up and maybe go see some of the other minor bosses, see that dragon in the swamp nearby, go into the catacombs and like see the other assassin down there and level up with them. But I want to ask you this actually, Bernal. What's the worst thing about the game?
The worst thing about it?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say this, is that it's almost counterintuitive to what I like about it, is that it's too big. Like, if this game came out when I was like 15, I would have beat the stuffing out of it. There, I got caught that. I would have beaten the stuffing out of this game because I would have had all the time in the world. I would have been obsessed with aggressively beating my head against it. So the combination of enduring the challenge and exploring the massive world would have been beautiful to me. The bullet points on the back, hundreds of hours of gameplay in this box. I would have been on top of it. But now I'm telling myself, I really want to see it all. And I maybe never will. And it hurts a little, but at the same time, it's like maybe what I see is my experience. Maybe what I see is my adventure, and I don't have to, quote unquote, complete the game. I just need to experience the game. And what I take out of it is mine and mine alone, and that's enough for me. But if I had to hate something, it probably would be that I may never see all there is to see that game has to offer.
I wanted to, from an outsider's perspective, go back to something John was saying earlier. Like, our Game of the Years over the last few years been like, Red Dead Redemption 2, Resident Evil Village, Final Fantasy Remake. These are like games with long, big heritages. I was really anticipating all of them. That could be a Game of the Year, but like Elden Ring, it really does feel like it's just come out of left field. Because I had a vague awareness of these Souls-like games, but they always seemed a bit niche. But
you want to know why? You want to know why it came out of left field? Because it doesn't have a 4 after it. They didn't give it a number. They gave it its own title, and they let it be its own thing. So even much of the outlets, they would write articles about it. But people wouldn't go out going, oh, whoa, Dark Souls 4, another Souls-like, or I got to get the next Dark Souls game. It was just, here's this Elden Ring game that was from that company.
And they have a habit of doing that. Like, they're not afraid to, from software, they're not afraid to experiment, like, with their formula, right? I mean, yes, you have, like, Dark Souls 1 to 3, Bloodborne, like, inverted their hide behind a shield and parry formula to, like, be aggressive, hit things as much as possible to regenerate health. Sekiro is the best implementation of a melee combat system in a video game ever
Hear
made.
that, Francis? Hear that?
Oof.
Ever made. Facts.
Oof. Okay.
We were just talking about Sekiro yesterday. His son is amazing at it, and I'm like, I got to play this game because your son is really good at it.
Yeah, just last night, he made it to fighting the great ape and its mate
Oh,
simultaneously.
is that the first time you saw it? Like,
He defeated the great ape already. Now he's fighting the mate and the ape.
Oh,
at the
yeah,
same
yeah.
time. And I was just dozing off, and I just hear him scream, "Oh my god! How am I supposed to do this? Go at once?"
That's exactly how. Yeah, I like.
Great way to wake up at 2 in the morning.
Did you see the first Guardian Ape? When,
Oh, yeah, sure.
yeah. So like,
When he gets up in the head, and
yeah. And it trolls you so hard because you get the Shinobi execution, like kind of like banner, which like says, "Oh, you've done it."
So
and
you
then,
put your
like,
guard down.
Yeah. And that's exactly why I did. I put my guard down. I was like going through my inventory, like, and then like it fucking gets up and starts swinging around like that.
And that erratic way it moves,
Like,
yeah, terrifying. You can't anticipate it. It's got shimmy, It's
it's
So-
a completely different moveset.
I've got
Yep.
another question I want to ask. Now, of course, it's a collaboration apparently with George R.R. Martin. I got to ask, how does that collaboration factor into the game, do you think?
Writing. So, well, John's going to have a lot more to say about this than me, so I'll just like say my quick bittle. I feel as though, well, he wrote much of the story. He wrote the story for the game. So, and he also likely helped with a lot of the lore building
He
to
does a
make
lot
some
of
of the
lore and
and
world
stuff like
building,
that.
yeah.
So, I will say that I feel like a lot of people may not even come to experience his true contribution to the game. What I mean by that is folks who just boot the game up for an action experience and go, I just killed that thing. I just killed that thing. Oh, look, I just killed another thing. They go through, they get the action, they walk away, and they're done. But if you go to, I guess like Soulsian level 2, in the point where you start to actually care about the character dialogue and what the motivations are between these characters, that subtle thing that actually has a reference to an item in your inventory, it blows it out of the water.
Oh, I'm at the Soulsian level 2, as Burnell's described. And I don't see George R. Martin's fingerprints over this at all.
Really?
To be frank with you. No, I see Hidetaka Miyazaki's fingerprints all over this. And that's because, like, the story goes that he used to watch films in English, because he just liked action films, he enjoyed them, right? But like he doesn't really speak English, he can't really understand. Now the Souls games are very well known for having a very interpretive, like kind of like narrative and plot that's doled out in little tidbits via text, but then also like left for the player to like make up their own minds. And that style is replicated in Elden Ring, although like with a little bit more focus than some of the previous games. There's a lot of it that, like, like Purnell was saying, doled out in, like, that level 2, like, kind of text on, armor pieces or item pieces, things like that. But it's very much a game that's, like, got his, Miyazaki's fingerprints all over it. Like, certainly, I don't see it having, played all the Souls games. It doesn't feel radically dissimilar to what has come before it. It feels like a continuation of like what he's done, although with like a slightly different theme, which is probably where George Martin's like kind of inspiration comes in, because Miyazaki is very much focused on like almost like it's very gothic, some of the games he's like kind of created, I think, whereas like obviously Elden Ring is high fantasy, right, which is what George Martin's well known for. So obviously he wrote like a lot of the lore, but I think Miyazaki has like warped and twisted that the kind of foundation of it, as it were.
Okay.
I like it.
If we've got time, I've got a bit of a hot take.
Okay, all right. One more hot take.
I'm going to just preface, I will say, I do have something to compliment the game on, but I do need to kind of preface it with this. I have not played this game. I have zero interest in playing this game. There is not anything any of you can say at the moment you want to play it, because it's the fact that it is Soulsian in that aspect. And I just do not like difficult games. X2 is a good example. I do not feel like breaking the controller and getting pissed off about it. And for those of you, and this isn't you guys, but those of you out there who go, well, it's the game of the year, you have to play it. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You get to choose what you want to play, and you know what? It's perfectly fine with being able to acknowledge something is a damn good game, and something that if everyone in your group says, hey, that's the game of the year, that's fine. Doesn't mean you need to play it. But the thing that stuck with me about this game, this is where I'm going for, because you were talking about how everyone kind of got into this, and it just was sort of a thing. What I noticed from every time I would go on to YouTube, because I don't really watch TV. All I have is my YouTube and basically, Funimation when I pop that on. There were so many videos that were coming out about this person did this in Elden Ring with like this crazy build, or beat this boss with like no equipment, or this or that. And people were literally, much like with Breath of the Wild came out, another game which that one I played, and hey, and spoiler, I don't like. Like open world games are not my thing. They just really aren't. But it's the same sort of zeitgeist where people were going, there's so much cool stuff I can do in this. And they were getting so creative. And I think that's kind of why Elden Ring is going to be on a lot of people's Game of the Year lists and rated so highly, is because the game is polished and developed to just a point that those who get into it, kind of just their creativity and what they want to do kind of goes to this next level, as opposed to, like you were talking about the checklist, you might feel a bit railroaded, like you have to do this, after this, after this. It sounds like the amount of freedom the game is giving you just allows you to have, like Pernell said, your own experience, your own play style. You don't need to basically put yourself in this box to enjoy the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would say that's not so much a
you're
hot
bang
take.
on,
That's a
Benny.
solid take. That's a
I
good
think
take.
you're bang on, Benny. Like it's I think that's like one of the most endearing qualities, the sense that like, yeah, you're free to do whatever you like, and like, it encourages you to really, kind of be creative. And I definitely think that's like one of the things I love about it the most. Like you can apply a build that you use, but someone else might not use it, and everyone's got their own like experience and take on it. Very much like what Pernell and yourself were saying.
Yeah, it resonates with a lot of different people in very different ways, and for me, that's the most fascinating thing about this game and why it sticks in my mind. And I can go, that's the hallmark of an excellent game, when it does something like that, when it affects so many different people and in so many different ways.
Okay, I got a question. I got a question here for people. Okay, sorry, I just had a question here for people who haven't played Elden Ring, like me. Is that you? Who else hasn't played Elden Ring?
I played a little bit.
Okay. Cory and Heather, after listening to Jon and Pernell, are you gonna, get into it? Do you think?
No. It was on my list already, just because, when a game, like, I don't love to just like get games just because everyone's playing it, but at the same time, it's like, I also do kind of do this thing where it's like, okay, this is a good price. I haven't seen it any cheaper. I'm just going to grab it, Like, I tend to buy games just because I simply don't have them. Like, but I might not always play them.
You're a collector.
You know what? I like to say curator these days because I don't want to get every game.
Here. That's the way you want to be. Curate. Get the games you want.
Become a curator. Migrated from collector to curator, and it feels good.
Right.
So much less
too many games.
Yeah, because there's just you have too many games. But hearing that it's like there's no checklist, and that there's like so many little things that you can go discover and do, and that it's not going to basically reward one type of gameplay. Like you can just kind of do a build that is good. Like in Skyrim, I never played Stealth Archer. Still to this day, I've never done Stealth Archer build because I do two-handed tank. If I can't like hit it repeatedly until it dies, I don't like it. I don't want to do the stealth shit. Like,
yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, unless it's like a stealth game, in which case it was, made for stealth. But with these things, it's like I want to hit it till it dies. So like that to me, plus no checklist. This to me sounds like this is a game that isn't just melee and combat and hard. This is exploration. This is like, I'm going to go and find this pocket, and I'm going to sit here and read something that like is going to just make this world richer. And that's what I loved about Skyrim, is like sitting and reading the books. Like this is absolutely jumped up to, okay, now I have to play this. Now I really need to sit down and play this.
So I think it's Skyrim's a really good example, by the way, that you pulled out there. I'm thinking about the cultural phenomenon of Skyrim broadly and equating Elden Ring this year to that impact. I'm not saying that Todd Howard's going to stand there and start selling us.
We're going to start playing Elden Ring on our refrigerator.
Yeah.
I kind of, yeah. So just to kind of give my take on that as well, it's like I think I'm probably going to pick it up myself. Yeah, because it does sound like, well, not only because John and Pennell have done a good job selling it, but it's also like it does seem like a different world to the type of worlds that you normally see. This kind of weird magic gothic, but through a lens of a Japanese person, edited by George R.R. Martin. It seems very different and
it strange. Still feels pretty familiar, to be fair.
Okay, really?
Yeah,
there's some familiar.
Okay,
it's familiar but different.
Familiar but different. Okay. Well, I haven't played a Souls game before.
To go back before, hey, Kirby 2D and Kirby the 3D Kirby game for Outland, that's familiar if you play the 2D games. Familiarity's not bad.
No.
Speaking
from like a aesthetic stance.
Speaking from my perspective, I've never played a Souls-like game before. It's just whenever I look at it, it's just like, it's just a very hard game that people frustrate themselves about. It's like, I don't mind hard games as long as I feel like I'm working towards something worthwhile. And I think looking at people playing Elden Ring and hearing them talk about it, it's the first time I thought, like, this does seem like something worthwhile. It's not just frustration for the hell of it. I really am interested in it, giving it a go.
What I want to say real quick is that, for me, I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Sifu, I'm not a Souls guy. Never have been. I've tried them a few times. I've bounced off of Dark Souls. I bounced off of Bloodborne. Elden Ring, I haven't played as much as I'd like to, actually, but I have played more than any other Souls game, and it probably is my favorite Souls game. And, I've talked about a lot in some of my reviews over the last few years that I think there's a push in the industry that every game has to be open world, and I think for a lot of those games, that's a mistake. I think it's a problem with a lot of games that would be better in a level-based format have been forced into that open world mold. I think Elden Ring is the opposite. I think it's actually the situation where this game was crying out for an open world, and the reason for it is that for a player like me who doesn't want to beat their head against the same thing over and over and over, what I love about this game is that I don't have to. I get to something that I can't beat, I'm not ready for, clearly, and maybe I never will be, frankly. I'd be shocked if I beat this game. It's just how it is.
But you're not constantly being like corralled into a death trap every time.
When I find a boss I can't beat in Elden Ring, go do something else.
Yeah.
There's so many places to explore and so much to do. Even for someone like me who doesn't really love Souls games, I found things to love in this game. So, is it my game of the year? No, it's not in my, it wasn't game I voted for, but I totally get why Souls fans love it, and I think even if you're not a Souls fan, there's something here for you. It might not be your favorite game of all time or anything, but there's something here for people even who don't like these games generally.
And that's something he just said. Something he just said actually hammers a final point for me home, and I swear I'll stop talking about Elden Ring. I swear. Is the fact that you said yourself, when you fight a boss and you can't beat him, you'll go find something else to do. I went a little further in that and said that technically a person could play this game, love it, but never actually beat any of the story intended bosses. None of them. And still have a great time. Like, I don't even know what the goal of this is. I'm just beating up jerks and clips.
That's kind of a bit like Skyrim as well, really.
Yeah.
I played that for 80 hours and never touched the story.
It's so true.
That's exactly the case with Elden Ring. You can go around and you don't even have to engage with the main plot. You do have to. There's skip. There's actually elements of you can actually skip by getting certain items that allow you to go from one location to another location, and it cuts like a huge swathe of the game out. Which is interesting, like the way that that was designed in that way. It's very much you can go back, you can do it in any order you like. There is no, there's a I guess like a critical path, but how you navigate that critical path is down to you.
Yeah, and I'll say like on my side, because there's 2 points that were interesting that I wanted to kind of touch up on. Where one was just like, well, everything you're describing about it is a kind of a good, perfect open world game, which is one of the things that drives me insane because that is so intimidating for me. Because I am the person who's like, A, I'm a completionist, so I got to do all the things, but B, not having a path to go down puts so much pressure on me personally that it's not as fun, and that's going to be different for different people. But the other thing too with the difficulty was interesting. You were talking about, Jonathan, where you're like, you don't want to have something you can bang your head against and not feel like you're progressing. I hate games like that too. But for example, in my case, like I love bullet hell games like Toho. I'm not great at them, but the thing about those is they're the kind of difficult that for me personally, I can go to and go, ooh, I learned this little bit. Okay, I figured that out. I feel like I'm slowly making progress in it. But I also just like those types of games, and I understand the mechanics really well. If it was like with the Souls games, I'll admit, some of them I've been kind of curious about here and there myself. It's just, I'm not at that point right now mentally where I'm ready for it. But it is one of those types of games that I do think if you put a little bit of practice, and you're not afraid to look up a guide. That's the other thing, is swallow your pride, quote unquote. Feel free to look something up if you're really getting stuck and confused, because other people have gone through this and they're willing to share their knowledge with you to help you through it. You still got to have the skill to pull off the strategy, but maybe the strategy is not apparent to you. And I think that's that delves more into the community aspect of gaming. But I think that especially the Souls gamers have a really tight knit community because they love sharing, I think, stories and strategies of how they've grown through this, because they know some of this ain't easy, to put it lightly.
Yeah, and I just think Elden Ring just seems to be a game that everyone has a different story about. There's one thing I wanted to ask John and Pernell. Did you give that woman a hug?
Yeah,
absolutely. You know what?
Absolutely. And I felt great about it as well. But I also, when I did it, I felt like there's something not right about her. She seems a bit wrong. And it turns out there is something very wrong with her.
And when I learned what was wrong with it, I said, you know what? I'll wear that as a mark. I'm not reversing anything.
Do it anyway.
Did you get to the bit where you have to fight the dragon, like after defeating her stewards?
No. Is that going to be a thing that's going to make me regret keeping my hug?
Oh yes.
Is it going to juice the dragon? Like, thanks for hugging me. Well, eat your ass.
Oh yeah.
Before we spoil anything, So that is our game of the year, Elden Ring, and that brings us to the end of our wonderful night. So I'm afraid there remains just one thing to say, and that is farewell. So if everyone could join me in saying to our viewers, farewell, everyone. Goodbye.
Until next time, we're not going away.
We'll see you next time.
Next time. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that's a wrap on a tumultuous 2022. Please remember to follow us on social media and visit the website and subscribe. I edited this lovely podcast, so why not follow me on Twitter? Anyway, that's it. Bye.